So the three things, if I had to boil down like success with consulting, like the three main things is like your mindset. So, you know, a lot of people I heard mention mindset before. So, you know, that's like your confidence. It's like your ability to take action every single day, and, you know, also your plan, and, you know, what things you do each day and what your vision is and stuff like that. So day one today is going to be all about mindset, just the whole day, because I figured that's, you know, it's pretty important. I would say it's where most people struggle, is just, you know, doing what they need to do. So everyone kind of knows what they need to do, but it's just doing it that's the problem. So we're going to focus all of today on mindset. Then day two is going to be all about knowledge of the market, products and services, and specifically like retainers. So I kind of figured from when you guys went around, like, everyone wants to learn a lot about retainers. Is there anyone that doesn't want to learn about retainers? Or anyone that would prefer to learn about website deals? All right, so it's pretty much going to be 99% retainers then on day two. And I'm going to run through, you know, all the different products that I've been selling. So, you know, when I started out with consulting, I did websites because that was just the blatantly obvious thing. And it started off at like $1,000 websites, then 1,500, then 3. Eventually, by kind of building in a funnel and everything, I was able to get it to 5, 10, 15. But as you guys have experienced, it's pretty laborsome. I mean, it's a good way to make some money. Like, you can make 40, 50 grand a month sort of doing it, but you have some ups and downs because it's not recurring, and it's quite a mission to get like a deal fulfilled. Sometimes they can really drag out. And what happened is, you know, I think I've been doing it for about 2-3 years now, and over the course of that, people, I've, you know, been behind closed doors of a lot of businesses, talked to a lot of people, and I found out that they were spending money with these other companies for SEO and AdWords and things like that, and they were spending a lot of money, and that's what kind of made me think, well, you know, why can't I have that money? And I started looking into these companies as well, like the providers of them, because one thing I always like to do is look at, in a market, who's doing it and how much money are they making. Because if the best guy in a market isn't even making that much money, it's generally a bad opportunity. In website design, I mean, you know, in New Zealand, I looked at all the web design shops, and I looked at the very top, and, you know, no one was making more than about $2-3 million a year. So, and that's the best, right? So that's like maxing out. And you have to grow your staff a lot. But then I started looking at the companies that were selling AdWords and SEO and things like that, and, you know, they were doing a lot. So they were doing 10 million a month, some of the companies I looked at. And this is in New Zealand. And New Zealand has 4 million people in it, by the way, which is tiny. But, you know, there was a couple of companies in New Zealand that were selling SEO and AdWords, and, you know, how much money they were making, and, you know, how much money my clients were paying them. Just, it stood out to me, and so I tried to learn a lot about it, and, you know, that's been the shift I've had since I started. Most of it's been, you know, moving from websites to retainers. You still, a lot of the time, need to do websites because, I mean, if you're going to do someone's SEO and AdWords, what you're really doing is getting them traffic, right? But if you're pointing that traffic to a bad website, then it's not going to convert well anyway. So a lot of the time we still actually have to touch these bloody websites, which is a real pain in the ass. But I've made it a rule to only touch them if they're bundled in with retainers. And a good way I've found to do that and to kind of lock people into a longer term is by quoting a site in between 5 and 10 grand, dividing it by 12, and then putting that price in with the retainer. So if it was a $12,000 website, you'd divide it by 12, there'd be $1,000 per month on top of the retainer as well. And that, you know, it's less of a barrier to get someone to sign up, instead of saying, look, it's going to be 12 grand for the website and this every single month. But it also locks them in for a 12-month period, which has worked really well. So that's about all I'm going to mention about, you know, retainers and that sort of stuff now. But day two is going to be all about that. So I'm going to go over each one, like SEO, exactly how we sell it, what the different prices are, and, you what a couple of clients, what they look like, and before and after, that sort of stuff. And then on the last day, day 3, marketing and sales skills to get customers. So, a lot more about positioning, the new sort of lumpy mail strategies that are working, and, some recent things I've been doing in the business, a bit of scripting, and then sales. It's hard to portray in an online course because you're not live there and you can't really practice and get personal with someone. But a lot of what I've seen people do wrong with sales is, they just read the script word for word. And I've heard it on a couple of one-on-one calls with the guys. Like, it sounds like they're literally just reading down the script blatantly in front of the other guy. And it just doesn't work. It's just not cool. I created the script not to be used like that, but it's kind of hard to show in an online course. So what we're going to do is, go through the scripts, kind of make them more natural to you, and show you how to use them without actually having them there in front of you and without sounding like a robot. So those are the 3 things we're going to cover across the 3 days.
Did you change the script for the retainers?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll go over, we'll be covering, each product we'll kind of treat differently because they're all kind of different, but they all kind of tie together as well. They're very complementary things. So the best way to start is inside this booklet, I've got this thing called a wealth index. And I saw this thing once somewhere, and I've kind of adjusted it for consulting. So I said when you boil it down, it comes down to like 3 things. Your mindset, then the knowledge of the products and the services, and then your marketing and sales skills. These are the 3 days, and this is sort of a good way to to start off, because on a kind of gauge where everyone is at now. So I'm not going to look at this, but this is for your own personal record. We'll do one now, and then at the end of the whole thing, we'll do another one, and see if we've got any improvements. This, I think, will be a good way for you to measure. It'll also be a good way to see, where your weaknesses are now. So if you just grab it out now, we'll just fill it out quickly. So with mindset and confidence, so for each one, I'll just quickly describe what it is, and then just circle which score you think you have. 10 being, the best, or 10 being really good, 1 being the worst. So mindset and confidence first. So emotional state management, that's like, your ability to control the state of mind you're in. So you probably know that some days, you just feel like everything's going smoothly and you feel so positive and everything just happens. And some days you feel real rough. Or like, what's your ability to be able to control that, to control that? Is it completely out of your control, or do you have a good grasp on that? So that's the first one. Just give yourself a score for that. Then the next one is empowering beliefs. So this is like beliefs about yourself. So, so there's an empowering belief would be like, I'm really good at what I do. I'm really good at SEO. I'm really good at sales. I'm the best at something. A negative belief would be like, I'm not good with dealing with people. I'm not good with money. So, if you had to guess whether you had limiting beliefs or empowering beliefs, where would you sort of rank yourself there? And then vision and focus. So this is like your vision for the future. So how do you have a vision for the future, first of all? And how detailed is it? And, do you have like a vision? And then each day you focusing on making steps towards that. So give yourself a score for that. And then thermostat / high standards. So standards are like what you believe is, so a lot of people would say, I'm happy with making like $50,000 a year or something. Or some people's standards would be like, I must make 10 million. Like, how high do you think your personal standards are for income and, success with what you do? And then goals and plans. So, do you set goals? Do you have plans? How detailed are they? How well do you stick to them? Just give yourself a score. And then knowledge of products and services. So this is just, how much you know about each one of these particular things. So websites, we've talked all about them. Like, do you know what best practice is for a website? What should it have? What should it not have? What should it look like? Can you speak to a client about that? SEO, do you know what that is? Do you know much about it? What's best practice for SEO for a business? AdWords, same thing. So Google AdWords, pay-per-click, Google search. Do you know what best practice is? Do you know how to sell it? Do you know how to describe it to someone? Content and email marketing. So content and email marketing. So content marketing is like blogging, creating posts on behalf of a client, and then email marketing is like collecting leads and then dripping out a newsletter once a month or something like that. And then Facebook marketing. So this is kind of two sides. It's just having the Facebook page and posting and engaging with the audience. It's also the pay-per-click side of Facebook. And then copywriting, which is what I used to think was when you had that copyright symbol and you made something legal. I didn't know it was such a big thing. I was like, God, everyone's obsessed with this stuff. But I later found out that it means like how good you are at writing words to sell things. Yeah. And then marketing and sales. So positioning, like how do you think your positioning is in your business and in your market with what you do? Do you think you're positioned well? Do you think you're different from the competition? Do you think you're more authoritative than the competition? Or do you think it could do with a lot of work? And then marketing skills. So how good are you at sending out, marketing things, generating leads? So the process that happens before the sales process starts, marketing. And then sales. So once the marketing sort of generated the lead, how good are you at understanding a client's needs, talking to them, and selling them, getting them across the line, collecting the money, closing the deal? So after you've done all of those, total each section, and then total the entire thing, and give yourself a score out of 98. So I tried to make this thing add up to 100, but I just couldn't seem to get it to work. So it's 98, and 2% of it I just figured we could call luck. So what the hell is this thing? Why am I getting you to do it? Well, I think it's a really good way. I said the three biggest things I see with consulting is mindset, knowledge of the products and services, and your marketing and sales skills. And I think that you can measure these things. You can grade them, and obviously the mindset stuff and the marketing and sales stuff is more important. That's why it's given more points than the others, but it's still very important to actually know what the products are about. So I've got a sales rep inside my business at the moment, and he's really good at everything else, but he's kind of a bit too cocky to even learn about the products, and it really makes, it's really bad. I've realized that even if you are a very good salesman and you've got a lot of confidence and everything, you still need to know what the hell you're talking about. And sometimes I listen to him say things about AdWords, and I'm like just shaking my head. But it still seems to work. But I think it's really important to know what you're talking about. I've found recently in my business, now that I've started, it was hard for me to talk about these things, but when I really sort of understood a best practice and a way to describe each one of these different products to clients, they were almost sold because they saw me as describing it to them better than they've ever heard it from anyone else. making them understand it, and that really helped close the deal. So I've thought about it a lot, and I think really knowing what it is that we do is quite important. I used to think it was more marketing and sales and mindset, but it is important, and that's why day 2 I'm going to go over each one of these things. So we've got one done now, and then at the end, before we leave, we'll do another one and see if we've helped you improve on these things. Now,
but if you fall down in any of these, so if you know products and services really well, and mindset is fine, but marketing and sales is useless, then you're still nowhere though, right? Because then you have the right mindset, you have all of this knowledge, but you can't sell it, so
yeah.
you're screwed, right?
Yeah. So any sort of weak point in here is gonna hurt. So the next point I had was like, where are your weak spots? Like I've got a sales rep he's confident, he takes action, he's good at marketing and sales, but he's not too strong on the products and services. It makes a big difference. Whereas the contractors I use to do this are geniuses in each one of these things, but their mindset and marketing and sales skills aren't right, and that's why they work for me. And it is important to have all three. So the point I've made next is like, where are your weak spots? So if you look at it now, where do you think your weak spot is? Where's the chink in your armor? So we get a couple of people to say which area they think they're weak at, or what area they'd like to improve.
Just knowledge of products around AdWords and SEO and Facebook marketing, because I've never done it.
Who's weakest in the knowledge of products area? Okay. And then what about mindset? Who's weak there? Oh, surprising. And then marketing and sales? All right, so it's...
Well, I got one thing. I don't know if I'm weak in it yet because I've not really jumped into it yet.
I think the marketing and sales are almost slightly different skill sets too. I mean, if you put me in a room with someone qualified, I can usually close a deal. My problem is just getting in the room.
Yeah, so that's marketing, right? Yeah.
Marketing and sales is the big thing. Marketing and sales is the hardest part of anything.
Yeah.
Because you figure out how to do it with lumpy mail, right? Like,
So lumpy mail, I think, a lot of people, we've obsessed about it a lot, but I think the process, once you've got someone interested, is much more important. Because anyone can get someone interested. If anyone sends enough things, someone will be interested, right? And then I think the most important part, first of all, is having the right mindset to take the action, because that's going to get the things out the door and get people interested. But once they're interested, you really need to be able to take someone from just kind of putting their hand up to be able to turn them into a client, So what I've kind of done is, how each lesson will be taught, day 1's mindset, day 2's marketing products, day 3 sales and marketing. And then each day there will be sort of 5 to 6 points. They're all around the things that we had in the wealth index. So if you looked under mindset, there's multiple different points. So that's kind of what we're going to break each lesson into. It's like the things below each category in the wealth index, and then how to improve each one. So that, when you leave, you can be, right on the right side. So 5 to 6 lessons per day, and they'll run for about 1 hour. So I'll start, with introducing it, and then an explanation, some real-life examples and things from my own business. And then an activity for you guys to, put it into plan for when you leave. So I want to make this like a workshop, not just me talking the whole time. But I want you guys to take notes on. That's why I printed it all out. Take notes, and then there'll be pieces where you can actually, customize it for yourself, and you can take it away, and you've got something to do when you leave. And then towards the end of each lesson, which will be about an hour each, we'll do a bit of Q&A. So if you've got any questions as we go through each lesson, just write them down on your notes, and we'll have a little stop for Q&A, and then we'll stand up because it's, you know, it's a whole day. We want to, each hour I want everyone to just kind of end with a bit of Q&A, stand up, and then we'll jump on to the next one. So that's that. Now we can jump into mindset. So I'm going to start off with an introduction to mindset, then the emotional state management, which is, you know, these are all the things I listed on the Wealth Index. Beliefs, then we're going to break for lunch around 12, might be, times aren't exact. Then 1 p.m. we're going to talk about, you know, your thermostat, your high standards, or your low standards. Vision and focus, and then goals and plans, and then 4 p.m. networking and drinks. So an introduction to mindset. So who's watched the mindset video on the online course? Pretty much everyone. Cool. So you're already kind of familiar with it. So I just wanted to cover it, just an introduction to mindset. I won't go too detailed on it because you've already seen the video. But, you know, it's basically how your brain works. So people in the world, I've found that most people that aren't successful, they just don't understand how their brain works. They think that, you know, what it is just what it is, right? And, you know, successful people really understand how their brain works, and they're able to see things, and they feel a sudden emotion, like they might see something happen, panic, but then they can catch themselves in that panic and go and talk themselves out of it, and that, you know, that's what enables them to keep moving forward. So with, you know, how your brain works, so something happens. So, you know, good things and bad things, and it's inevitable that, you know, bad things are gonna happen. And, you know, then the next thing you do is you take in the information. So you either see it happen or you listen to it happen, whatever it is. And this stuff is like real. So something actually does happen, and then you do take in the information with your eyes and your ears, and that's the real side of it. But then it turns into this other process, which is, you know, the mindset process, which is kind of how your brain processes that and adds meaning to it. So the next thing your brain does after it takes in the stimulus is it processes that information, and then it forms a belief on something. So, you know, if you saw a car crash, and, you know, your brain sees that happens, the car crashed, you could say to yourself, you know, cars are dangerous, and then, you know, that's how if you would say to yourself inside your head, like, cars are dangerous, and that's the assumption you made from that thing in real life, then you started to feel nervous around that. You'd add emotion to that belief that you had, and that kind of forms your belief on that sort of thing happening in the world. So the next time you walk towards a car, you know, you immediately start to feel that bad emotion, and you immediately start to think cars are dangerous. Whereas someone else could see the exact same thing happen in the world, you know, the car crash, and they would say, oh, you know, that's just driver error, and kind of just forget about it. And they're two people, they saw the exact same thing happen, the same reality, but, you know, the way they processed it and assigned, you know, emotion to it was completely different. So that's the thing about, you know, your brain. It's people see things differently, they assign meaning to it, and what it basically means is, you know, it's bad things are always going to happen, but you're having a good mindset in business is, you know, how you form a belief on what happened and what emotion you assign to that. So that's, you know, the process. And the secret to mindset really is to, you know, your own perception is your reality. So it's, you know, you've got successful people know, like, bad things are going to happen, and they happen, but then the way they understand it and the way they add emotion to it is completely different. So in business, some classic ones would be when you were younger, and, you know, your parents might have told you, don't talk to strangers, talking to strangers is bad. So you heard that was, you know, that was a fact. Your parents said that to you. You heard it, it went into your brain, you said that to yourself, you formed that belief, and then you assign some emotion to that. So now you go to make follow-up calls on the phone, and it's completely different. I mean, follow-up calls is, you know, business. Talking to strangers is completely different, and there's years down the track. But what your brain does is immediately before you pick up the phone, it's sensing those emotions and that decision that you made earlier on in your childhood. So that's, that's how powerful, mindset is. It's the way you perceive something and assign emotion to it. That is what your reality will become. And who here has problems with, who here has a fear of sort of talking to strangers or following up or things like that? Who has a fear like that? Okay. And does this stuff sort of make sense? So it does make sense, cool. Because sometimes, when I first read this stuff, I was a bit weirded out. I felt like it was mindset stuff converge on a little bit creepy. So I've tried not to go, we're not going to do any yoga or meditation or anything in here. But that stuff, I'm not dissing that stuff, it might work, but I'm going to keep this fact-based. Now, how beliefs are strengthened. So I told you see something happen, you assign meaning to it, you make a decision on it, then you attach emotion to it. Well, each time you replay that in your head, it's the same as it was in reality. So you can probably remember a time in your life that you did something and it was embarrassing. You might have said something stupid and people laughed or something like that. You might have fallen over on stage. I don't know. It's just something embarrassing. And when it happened at the time, it felt bad. You were like, geez, that was embarrassing, and you assigned some embarrassment emotion to it. But when you replay it in your head, just time and time and time again, you still feel that same emotion as if it happened again in real life. Does that make sense? So when you replay something in your brain doesn't know the difference between something that actually happened in real life, like an actual fact, and something that you're just replaying in your mind. So if you do see a car crash, like was my example before, and you see it happen in real life, if you replay that in your mind, it's still going to be very realistic, and your brain won't know the difference, and it will just be like you've seen another one, and another one, and another one. And what happens is, over time, your brain kind of has a scale like this one here, and each time it's kind of like you've got good rocks and bad rocks, and you have a different scale for every different belief. Like talking to strangers, it might be getting into cars or whatever. Every time you play it in your head and you assign emotion to it, it's kind of like adding a rock to one side of the scale or the other. And if you have if your mindset is fear-oriented around different things, then it's probably because you have assigned more bad rocks to it than good ones. And often it really bewilders people because they think, how can that happen? Because I've only seen that happen once. Like I only saw a car crash once. And in your logical brain, it doesn't make any sense. But the truth is you've replayed it in your head so many times. Each time you replay it in your head, it's the same thing as if it happened in real life. And you've really skewed your belief on that. So that is basically what your mindset is and how it works. And the trick is to first of all understand that this is how my brain works, and I get that this is how my brain works. And the trick is to catch yourself when something happens or when you're playing something in your head. The trick is I don't think you can really stop yourself from doing that. Even still today, it happens to me. But what I've gotten good at is just freezing it and being like, no. Like, that's just silly, you know what I mean? So that's what I think, a really strong mindset is. And it's also being able to audit yourself on your mindset, say, these are the limiting beliefs that are holding me back. This is what I think caused this. And I've replayed it in my head. That's why, there's more negative rocks than positive rocks. And then put a process in action to fix that. Because when I started out, I always whenever I had to do calls, I don't think I've ever said this before, but I used to go and have about 4 or 5 beers before I had to make follow-up calls. So I'd wake up. It wasn't a healthy sort of period. Especially if someone said they wanted a consultation because I was over the limit. So I used, that's how bad it was, for me, and I think it's like that for honestly a lot of people, it's extremely rare to actually just have no limiting beliefs and go out into business with a completely positive mindset and just be able to do whatever you want. Like, that's insanely rare, and mine was, so bad that, I had to pretty much get drunk to do it. And even then it was still hard, So I don't think anyone, there are a couple of people that just will naturally be able to do it, but for most people it's a struggle. And, what today is going to be about is figuring out what those things are that are holding you back, and then, putting a process in action to fix it, because it can be fixed. I did it to my own mindset. I don't have to drink 5 or 6 beers anymore to follow up. And, I had a lot of limiting beliefs about failure, about fear of rejection, about talking to strangers, not being good enough, tons of things. And we're going to go over a lot of those today. So, like I've said, this is the only part that forms beliefs, the last 2 little bits. That's what's important, not so much the actual fact. And your brain doesn't know the difference between something that actually happened or something that's imagined. And does that make sense to you guys? Because some people sometimes say, but it does. And it's true, it does, but when forming beliefs, it doesn't know the difference. So, the trick is to hijack the process and, intervene in this last little spot. So it's to catch yourself when you're thinking it and, stop it and think of it positive instead of in a negative way. So how do you do this? If you've replayed over in your head, talking to strangers is bad, and you've formed this belief for like 20 years. Well, how do you rewind that? How do you fix it? Well, like I said, your brain doesn't really know the difference between something that happened in real life and something that was imagined. So the trick is to make your imagination your training ground. So the trick is to play more business or play more sport or play more scenarios or situations in your imagination than you do in real life, if the ones in real life aren't going that well. So you can skew it to the good side. So in business, especially when you start out, like making follow-up calls, closing deals, and doing everything, it's a bit hard. And you're not going to get success immediately. And so you're naturally going to have more negative rocks when you start. I remember the first cold call I ever made, the guy just hung up on me, and I let that build for weeks, and that really just made it a whole lot worse. Because that one time I was already nervous, it went bad, and then it got a whole lot worse. And when you start out, it's inevitably going to be a bit rough. So the trick is to have play a lot of good scenarios in your imagination. And a lot of famous people do this, like athletes, business people, and everything like that. I remember Michael Jordan said that he shot more three-pointers in his imagination than he ever did in real life, because in his imagination, every single three-pointer just went straight through the hoop. And he would just imagine himself on the line, holding the ball, how he shot it, how he jumped, how it went through, and then he would assign, good emotion to it. So then, because, if he was playing in real life and training, a lot of them are going to miss. So how he really changed his belief was in his imagination, because every time in your imagination can go right if you do it the right way. And now when he'd run to the three-point line, grab the ball, his brain's immediate reaction was, this is going to go well, this is good, this is like a positive thing. Whereas if he hadn't trained his imagination, and in real life a lot of these three-pointer shots didn't go through, the second he would catch the ball, it wouldn't be good. He'd panic. Does that make sense? So, yeah, your imagination is, your training ground. And I've got Jordan here, Tiger Woods, he said the exact same thing. You guys can even Google this. There's interviews of of these guys talking about it. A lot of the, when you get into the professional league in business and in sport especially, like the physical body can't really go much harder. Like it's maxing out. And you know, the only way to really compete is it just becomes mental. In the top tier of sports and the top tier of a lot of things, you know, the skills are the same, the hours in the day are the same, you know, the amount of training you can do is the same, the sort of food and nutrients you can take in is the same, and the last bit just becomes all mental. And pretty much every successful businessman or sportsman will, you know, have their mental side really, really, really sharp. So that's kind of like an overview of mindset, like just a quick introduction to it. And then these are the different elements that I think make up mindset. And we're going to cover each one of these today as a different lesson. So there's state management, empowering beliefs, vision and focus, high standards, good habits, and goals and plans. And these were the things that you guys graded yourself on in the Wealth Index. So that's, you know, the introduction to mindset. We got any questions at the moment? None?
When you're doing this mental practice, do you find that your mind kind of, are you struggling to imagine it being a good result versus taking the negative routes? Or is it pretty easy to just...
When you start, definitely. So I remember the first time I sort of lay down to do this, your brain naturally thinks, like, what the hell am I doing? You know, like you kind of feel like a bit of a fool, or like you're being suckered into some mysterious thing. But that in itself is a limiting belief about mental sort of stuff. A lot of people say, you know, the world just happens to you. You can't do anything about it. And that's what makes you believe that when you go to do something like this, like reverse limiting belief, that it's all, you know, hippie sort of stuff. You know what I mean? So that's why the mindset stuff's so powerful. And when you start out, it's hard to do. It definitely is. And I'm going to show you exactly how to do it so that it works for you. But it's basically got to do with, you know, playing the scenario, so sort of saying a sentence to yourself like, I am good at sales. Or I feel good when I call strangers on the phone, something like that. So you say it, and then you've got to, it's not just saying it. If you just say it, and that's what a lot of people do, they just sort of lie there and they just might say it to themselves. That really doesn't do much at all. What you have to do is imagine a scenario of a sale going well. And you have to assign detail to it, because that's how your brain works. It's not logical, it's all emotional. So you have to say it to yourself, and then, so that's the logical step. Then you have to imagine it in detail. So, you know, you've got to assign different things to it. So a color, like features of a person, voice, you know, things that your brain imagines, or that's how it adds detail. And then the next step is to then assign emotion to it. So you close the deal, or you called a stranger, you've seen it in your imagination, then the next step is, it went well, what emotion do you feel when it goes well? And the feeling, you've kind of got to let the feeling go through your body, because that's then what really strengthens that. Yeah, so that's the process. I mean, we'll go over it in more detail now, but when you start out, it is difficult, but it does get, you know, a lot easier.
How long did it take you to go from 5 beers a day to no beers a day?
So the beers thing only really did last for like a month, not because it wasn't working, just because it was a pretty bad habit, you know. I was sitting in a garage, like I just left my job, and I felt pretty low. That in my, you know, I was just getting drunk to even have to do any work. So that's why I never said it before, because it's not a good strategy. And I don't want anyone else copying it, and because it's not a good way to deal with things in life, is just to get drunk. It's a really bad way to deal with things. And I stopped doing it, and there was actually much more powerful things you can do than that. So that's why I never mentioned it. But I stopped doing the beers thing probably after a month, and then it probably took another sort of 4 or 5 months till, you know, it really became easier. And And, you know, I think that's the thing, it takes time. So a lot of people think, oh, I'll do this mindset stuff and all of a sudden it's just going to become easy. Like in 10 days or something, I'm going to go to pick up the phone and I won't feel any negative emotions. It's not really like that. It takes time, but it does work. And one thing you can't do, one big mistake I've seen a lot of people make is thinking that they can just do the mindset side and forget the action, and eventually they'll be able to take the action without any resistance. So that's a big mistake. Like, that will never happen. You have to be taking the action and doing the mindset stuff as well. So it's not like a cure, it's more of like, you know, it's the only way to really do it, you know what I mean? And when it's kind of like when you get your first deal kind of go well and you're doing the mindset stuff, all of a sudden just this big shift happens. So it takes time, but you know, there really is like no other option when it comes to this sort of stuff. Like, and this really does help. So, you know, not doing it is definitely not a good way to go about it. When I really conquered mindset, I think that's when I made, you know, a huge jump in business. Yeah.
Is it something that you just do every day as you go about your daily life, or do you actually spend time sitting down each day and actually reflecting on it? So how long?
So I used to do it every single morning and every night. Like before I went to bed, I'd pull out something from underneath. I'd had it typed out and pull it out from underneath my pillow and read it. And I think that's really good to do. But you know, over the course of like 3 years now, it's kind of just turned a natural to, I don't need it typed out or anything. It's just when it comes up in my life, I can play that positive reel that I'd stored in my head. So, you know, I don't pull out the printed thing and read it every night before bed. I probably should. Like, I reckon my mindset would be a whole lot better if I still did that. You know, I've fallen for my own advice as well. Like, I did it solidly for about a year, and it made massive difference. And I think if I had still done it till today, like, I'd be much further on than where I am now. And as I was like preparing for this thing, like it got me really excited because I was like, you know, there's a lot of things I've forgotten as well. What was the question?
How long did you go for?
Yeah, so every morning and night for about a year, and I still do it today, but not kind of morning and night, more just running the reel throughout the day. Yeah.
And how long for each time, roughly?
It used to take me like 20 minutes to read through my whole list of things and play the imagination. Yeah. Yeah.
How did you come across this process, and how did you believe in it during the initial months when you started to see the results?
Yeah. So, like, I had been trying to take action and knew nothing about mindset, right? And I logically knew what I was doing, and I logically knew that there was nothing wrong with calling a stranger and sending out packages to a stranger, but there was just this thing holding me back. Do you know what I mean? And I had no idea what it was because I'd never heard of mindset or psychology or how your brain works or anything. And then I think it was just by chance that I stumbled across books and stuff on this sort of stuff. And when I read it, it really made sense because it was like, you know, people they know what they should be doing. They know there's nothing wrong with calling strangers and sending packages to strangers and things like that. But something holds them back. And when you've been taking action and feeling that pain, and then you finally read it in a book and you see different scenarios, you're like, wow, this makes sense, you know? Whereas if you'd read that book and you hadn't been taking the action and feeling the pain, you probably wouldn't understand. So the books that I read were, one of them was called Think and Grow Rich. That's a really good book by Napoleon Hill. Psycho-Cybernetics by Maxwell Maltz. And, you know, I really got stuck into this stuff when I found out about it. I started finding out why the book was written and all of the stuff, because I always test things. I'm like, is this bullshit or is this real? And the psycho-cybernetics one was really good because Maxwell Maltz was a plastic surgeon in New York, and he would operate on a lot of people, and a lot of people would come in and they might have like a disfigured face or something through an accident or something like that. And they had this self-image of themselves and this belief of themselves. And it was based on fact, because they had a disfigured face or something. And then he had fixed them. And most of the people still felt like they had something wrong. Like they still felt like they were like that. But the fact was that the face was fixed, you know what I mean? And it drove him nuts. So this is way back before anyone kind of did any studies on this stuff or anything. And he quit being a plastic surgeon and just dedicated the rest of his life to figuring out why this happened. Yeah. And that's how the book was written. It was all about, like, your self-image of yourself isn't real. Like, these people, like, you might not be good at sales, for example. Then you go to a seminar and you learn about sales, and you're actually good at sales now. But you still don't think you're good at sales, so you don't use it, right? And, if someone, like, with a disfigured face, it gets fixed, then they now have no problem. Like, the reality is improved, but their perception of it is still flawed. And it's the same sort of thing in business, If you go through, I think it's the biggest thing that holds people back, like, because the reality is, like, this stuff works, we've seen it work and everything, and you can learn how to be good at sales, and you can learn about products and services, and you can learn how to do a consultation. You can do all of this stuff, but your belief about yourself being good at it is a whole other thing. So, yeah, I went down a massive rabbit hole in learning about this stuff. And then I actually found out that, has anyone heard of Dan Kennedy? Yeah. So, Dan Kennedy was, when he was really young, he learned all about direct response marketing and sales and everything. And he was smart. He knew he was smart. He knew he was good at what he was in his trade. But he just couldn't do it. Like, there was that barrier. And then he read the book, Psycho-Cybernetics. And then it completely changed his life, so much so that he ended up rewriting a copy of that book. And it's called Zero Resistance Selling. So Psycho-Cybernetics is all about, just how the mind works in general, with no specific application to business. But Dan Kennedy read it, applied it to business, sales and especially, and business mindset especially, and decided to rewrite the book in a business focus. And that was how the book Zero Resistance Selling came about, which was, it says on the book, Dan Kennedy and Maxwell Maltz. Yeah. So, yeah, I went, that's how much research I did, right? I just didn't read the book. I know how they came about and who rewrote what, and you know what I mean? So I really got stuck into that, and that's how I discovered all that information.
What did you learn from your mentors on how do they apply or practice mindset?
So, when it comes to mindset, I find like I haven't really had any mentors that have even sort of thought about it, you know what I mean? Or they have thought about it, but it's been kind of a bit too airy for me, because I like, there's a fine line between understanding this stuff and then obsessing about it and blaming it for everything in your life, you know what I mean? And then just joining groups and like just eating, like even you think the fruit is going to like have a difference, and like some people get really wound up in this stuff and do meditation, and I'm not saying that stuff's bad, but there's a fine line, I think, with this mindset stuff when you've gone a bit too far. And I've found that, my mentor that's really successful, he hasn't done this stuff consciously. Like, he didn't read the books and he didn't make it a process and he didn't do it, but he's actually done it himself without knowing, you know what I mean? So he knows he's good. He's made himself a good self-image. So no real mentors have helped me a lot with this. It's just mostly books and personal experience, and then just trying to put it into this information. Yeah. Anything else?
You mentioned that you catch that thought, like a bad thought.
Mm-hmm.
You just quickly talk, so you catch the thought and then you deal with it?
Yeah, so, like, if you're, for example, if you're going to, if you're at an event, like, if you're at, say, an event like this, and there's someone you really wanted to meet, and they're standing over there, and, the first thought you get is fear, like, you feel it, right? And it kind of plays in your head, and, well, I can kind of freeze that and go, now I know that behind every feeling like that, the way I think about it in my head is behind anything really uncomfortable is something really, really, really good. Yeah. So whenever I feel that emotion, I'm like, I found something good, and I just got to go over it, and there's the prize. And it's always like that. So everything in life I find that's really good is hidden behind this uncomfort. So when I feel it, it's now, instead of becoming a mechanism to not do it, it's now become a mechanism to detect what I should actually be doing and what I shouldn't. Like, when you're constantly feeling that, like, every day, and it's a really good sign. It means that you're really making steps forward. If you're never uncomfortable, like, you're not really pushing hard enough. Yeah. I kind of do it a bit too much now, like, yeah. All right, well, let's move on to the next thing. So emotional state management. So, this is like the good day, bad day stuff. So I'm sure some days are just like you feel like you're just on a roll and you get more done in one day than you've done in the past 2 weeks. And also what happens is I don't think there's any real evidence to this other than if you look at people that are really successful. But it's like when you're on a positive roll and when you're on a roll, like, good things start to just kind of attract. And when you're on a bad roll, like, the bad things kind of start to attract. Does that make sense? I know it happens to me. I mean, it happened to me when I flew over here. I'd had about 2 hours sleep, and then I got to the airport, and the lady that was checking my things in was just really annoying, and then I got to the lounge, and my pass had expired, and I couldn't get in there, and then I finally got let in, and then I went and got some food, and they wouldn't let me in with the food, and then then I got here, and I had to. I went to pay, and my credit card had been locked for fraud protection because I'd moved over, and I was just like, how much more of this shit is going to happen? Because I was like, I need to upload this video and go to sleep. And then, finally get up to the room and create the video and then go to upload it, and it said upload time 650 minutes. And this was at midnight, and I hadn't slept for like 30 hours at that point. So I had to then plug. I called the receptionist, and they were all like, "There's nothing we can do, sir." And so then I ended up plugging my phone in and tethering it because that internet was faster. And then had to upload a 1.4 gig video through tethered internet. But then my data package was only 1 gig, and I called Vodafone back home. And to do that, I couldn't even use my phone because it was already tethering. And so I had to use another laptop, Skype, and then got through to them, and they said, "Sir, we can only add them in 1 gig bundles. We can't add 2." And my video was 1.5 gigs. And so I had to call them at the exact moment that ran out, and they added another one. And I ended up going to bed at 6 a.m. And then, that was just, it was like it just kept going. You know what I mean? And I swear, the reason why that happened is just because I was in a really, really bad mood. And the things I was saying to myself, in my head, were just not very good. And when you start doing that, it just keeps coming. You know what I mean? And it's not till I went to sleep and I was finally happy that I'd achieved that, and I had a better outlook the next day that things all started to happen good again. You know, like I went to the T-Mobile store and they gave me this little thing, and now it's faster than the internet is back home. Like, and you know, then everything good started to happen. So, you know, your emotional state management is like, I think it's very important, because it's kind of like the laws of the universe. If you say bad things to yourself and you're in a bad mood, you're just going to keep attracting shit, and it's not fun, because you know, it happened to me recently. And when you're on a good roll, it's like, you know, everything good starts to happen. Like, I found that if I win a deal, like a big one, then all of a sudden, like, my whole brain changes and I just win lots of them because of, like, the way I'm thinking. So the best time to take action is, like, immediately off a success. Like, when you're on a roll, like, don't let it go, because that's, like, the best time to be doing stuff. And when you're in a bad state, you know, you've just got to change it back around, and that's what, you know, this little topic here is going to be about. So, you know, your emotional state management is how you feel in the moment, and certain emotional states that lead to wealth and success are, you know, these sorts of states. There's certainty, so you're certain in what you're doing. It's just, you know this is what you're going to do. Clarity, confidence, faith, and like patience. So these are like good states. And then bad ones are, you know, these are the states that lead to poverty and failure. It's like uncertainty, greed, fear, or overwhelm. So overwhelm and fear and uncertainty are probably like the big ones. And I know for myself, in the recent year, the biggest one for me has been overwhelm. So every morning I get into the office, there's like 9 people waiting to like come in and rob my whole day. And there's just emails, and there's just so much stuff. And I've got to be very careful that the first thing that happens in the morning isn't turning me into a bad state. Because often, you know, it's like people say if you have a bad morning, like, you know, your whole day is real bad. So emotional state management is, you know, really important. So I've written here, the state you're in right now determines how you'll respond to the environment around you. When you're in an empowered state, you can access resources. And when you're in a disempowered state, you don't feel like you have any resources at all. So when you're feeling down and uncertain and overwhelmed, you feel like you've got nothing. You feel like it's just hopeless, right? But when you're in a good state, you've got access to every asset in your brain. Like, you can access all of those things. You can access the information you need. But when you're overwhelmed and you're in a rut, it's like you can't even get to that stuff. It's just like it feels hopeless. So, you know, it's all about how you feel in the moment, and, you know, how you know, yeah. So a quick, thinking back exercise. So what I've found is if you think back to good experiences and bad experiences, there's lots of senses that you can associate to them. So if I think back to like some really good experiences, I can almost kind of, you know, you feel the emotion that was felt at the time, and sometimes you can even relate a smell. Does anyone get the smell one? So if there was a time when you were really clear, like you could kind of feel what your body felt like, or there might have been like a smell that you felt or something like that. Like when you have either a good experience or a bad experience, it's not just the logical thing that happened, it's like all the other detail around it. So a quick exercise, if you just, you know, think of a really good experience that happened in your past and then a really bad experience, and see if you can sort of list a couple of the senses or things that, you know, you can remember. Could you remember a smell, like a touch, a feeling, or, you know, anything like that? Just write it down. They could have done a better job at setting this up. Has everyone got something down? So were you guys able to actually remember a sense, like, or was it that quite hard exercise to do?
Mine was actually forgetting my senses because I'm so happy. Like super overjoyed with how happy that feels like.
That's a luxury, yeah. But when you're happy, do you not have like heightened senses though?
I'm just so happy I forget my senses. I'm like, I'm not thinking about how my body feels or how my fingers are tingling or anything. I'm just like, wow, I can't believe that went so well.
Have you ever been like so worried or stressed that you eat something you almost can't taste it?
Yeah.
You know, has anyone had that? Yeah. That's how like powerful it is, you know. You kind of lose like your mind can really like do some crazy things to yourself. I remember back to times when I'm real stressed, you know, like food didn't have taste and you know, things like you'd get into bed and something like, you know, nice sheets, it's just not, there's no sense. It's just your mind's so screwed up on this worry that like it takes things away from you. Why I got you to list some senses is because different people like have different ones that they associate to things. So, you know, with females, scent is a really big one. You know, they have a lot of association with that. With guys, you know, it might be different, but, you know, everyone kind of has these different senses that they can remember and associate to things. And it's, you know, the different ones are, you know, 5 senses that stimulate response. There's like sound, so, you know, music. You know, if you were having a real good day and you listened to a song, one particular song, that would kind of be what you associated with that really good day, and then the next time you listen to it, it would kind of bring back that feeling. You know what I mean? Whereas with a bad song, you know, I remember I was with my friend and we were driving home the next morning from some party back when we were young, and we were listening to the song, and then he got pulled over by a cop and he got DUI'd. And it was the next day, but like, and now whenever I hear that song, you know, already if he hears that song, we're just like, we got to go. Like, it's not. It's like a depressing song. That song's ruined. Like, and you know, that's how strong this sort of stuff is. Like, and different people have different senses that they associate to things. You know, like war, guys that go to war and gun sounds and loud things like that. You know, when they come back and there's like a car backfires or something, it freaks them out and they go back into that state. Like, that's, you know, how powerful it is. Phones, like one of the reasons why sales floors do well when they get more people is because they get like this roar to them. And, you know, when you go in, it's kind of like you just hear all these phones going, and it kind of like, you know, it just gets you into a real, you know, like sort of good state. And breathing, you know, the way, you know, if I've heard boxers and things and runners, sprinters and stuff say, you know, that when they hear their own breathing or their opponent's breathing, it gets them into like a state. And so there's sound, there's sight. You know, like when like someone comes out onto a stage and they see a crowd, it brings, you know, their state up. You know, these are all the different senses. You know, if an athlete goes to a running track or a court, just the sight there just it means like, you know, game mode. And then there's touch. So like when guys are, you know, boxing, they're like taping up. You know, that sort of touch is like how they're getting into the state. Like some people hold hands. You know, and then there's even taste too. Like you've probably seen a lot of baseball players. I don't know how often it happens now. They chew tobacco and spit it out. A lot of people chew gum. It's because, you know, that's their way of getting into that state. That's the taste. When their brain has that taste, it knows like it's that time. You know what I mean? Some people coffee Red Bull. You might know with Red Bull, so you have a Red Bull. It takes a while for the caffeine to hit your bloodstream, but have you ever noticed that as soon as you have the taste, it's like instant, you kind of feel like a bit awake? Or coffee, the same thing. It's like because your brain knows what's coming after that taste, and it kicks in right away. It's like how placebos work with, with drugs when they do tests. That's how powerful your brain is. And then, smell. So sometimes when people go to a gym or whatever, or the smell of their office, they remember that smell, and that's what means work. Often people can think of different smells, like this is home, this is outside, this is the gym, and that kind of changes the state, and that's what they associate. So that's why, you guys will have different ones that are more powerful for you. And the trick is to use these things to get you into like your ideal state. So when something goes good, like if you close a deal, and when you're in a good mood, or if you play the positive thought in your head and it all goes well and you feel that emotion, like anchor it to a sense. Because what will happen is you'll put more positive rocks on. So let's say it's, let's say it's selling, and you sell someone, and then you want to feel that emotion go, but you also want to tie it to something like this, so that you can really anchor it to something. Because then the next time that happens, if you listen to that song, it'll pick you up and put you back in that state. That's just how it works. So, has anyone heard of this Pavlov's conditioning?
Yeah.
When I first heard about it at university, I thought it was bullshit, and then then I heard back about it, and I actually thought about it, and I was like, wow, this is actually real stuff. So, who hasn't heard about it? Okay, so I'll just quickly describe it. So, there was this dude called Pavlov, and there was a dog, and he had food. And what happened is, if you generally, and there was a bell. So I just got to get my facts right on this one. Yeah, so I mean, if you have a dog and a bell, right, and there's a dog and you just ring a bell at it, it doesn't do anything. Then if you have a dog and then you ring a bell and then you give it food, or you give it food and then you ring the bell after it, and you do it enough times, even the dog is anchoring sound to getting food, which it likes. And it's putting positive rocks in its head, and it's a dog, it can do these things. So this is how powerful it is. And if it adds enough positive rocks to its head, if it does it enough times, then, if the dog just hears the bell, it'll start salivating and wait and thinking it's going to get food. So it actually forms like a condition to a sound. And you can do the same thing, with yourself. So, there's a couple of examples. Like, I was reading into this. Like, why do humans like looking at the sea so much? Like, why are sea views so cool? Like, what is it about them? And I started researching into it because I always wonder these things. And I don't know if it's true or not, but it made sense to me. This was some guy's theory, and it was back a long time ago when man went to sea, he would go fishing, and when he went fishing, he would catch fish, and that was the first sort of intake of what's that thing called in fish? Omega-3. And the brain really loves omega-3. It's like something it really likes. And so, man kind of formed a condition, ocean omega-3, which makes the brain feel good. It's just something that really likes. So that was a theory to why the water makes us feel good and happy, because it's formed all the way back from there. So when we're looking at a sea view, it's like we've had that conditioned response formed for so long, but we don't even know that. It's just what we feel. And with the dog, if you have a dog, I know with my dog, at around a certain time, he'll even start salivating, and he doesn't know what time is or anything. It's just how it works. And you guys can do this with different senses. So you can use sound, smell, taste, all these different things to get you in a condition to be operating at your best, operating with certainty and being in a good state instead of a bad one. Does that make sense?
Can you give an example of how we would apply it to ourselves?
Yep.
I got an example actually. So for like an hour after my first hour of work, I go through a certain routine of making a really good cup of coffee, and then I listen to the same like 3 tracks every day that I associate with just like being productive, focused, and it gets me back there every single day.
Concentration after the first hour, or?
No, it's just something I noticed myself doing, and then I put more focus on it as I learned about this process, like putting little rituals throughout my day where I get myself like into certain emotional states that I want.
What's your sound stimulation?
Yeah, so I got some coming up. So, the big thing is you can't control your circumstances, right? So each day is going to be different, and you can't control what's going to happen. You might get stuck in traffic. I might get to my office, and there might be 9 dudes just waiting to just unleash some crap on me. And, it's just inevitable that stuff's going to happen. And, you can control, so you can't change the external things, right? You can't change traffic or, things like this. But you can change the way that you react to those things. And that's the most powerful thing to have, because it means that, even with traffic, even with setbacks and, things like this, you're still going to be in your positive state. So what does it say? So successful people don't get any less bad circumstances than, anyone else. I mean, I used to think that wealthy people were just inherited it or something like that. But then it's really cool. If you actually look at like the best athletes and everything, they often come from like nothing. And even business people, they come from nothing. So that's not true. And their circumstances are often like really, really, really bad. Like worse than you could imagine, right? Like living on the streets and, having to, 3 kids in 1 bedroom sort of stuff, and they still made it work. So it's not about circumstances. You know what I mean? But these guys got through that, and so successful people don't get any less bad circumstances, but they do control how they react to them. So, when you're faced with bad circumstances, like, there's kind of 3 things you can do. Like, one of them is just take no action at all and blame things. So, this is so common with people that aren't successful. It's because it's so easy. It's the easiest option. It's, oh, there's traffic today. I'm going to have a bad day because there's traffic. And you know what? I'm having such a bad day, I'm just not even going to do any work because of the traffic. It's the traffic's fault, Or the other one is ignore it, and this is what I did for a long time. So ignore it and, take action and face the anxiety and uneasiness. So it's kind of like bulldozing through, like you're still doing it, you're still taking action, but you feel uneasy about it. So you feel, a bit anxious or a bit guilty or something like that. And I mean, it's better than option 1, but it will really limit the success you can have. People that battle through it never excel wildly. So I've got a friend from school who is just a battler. So he doesn't think he's very smart, and all of these different things. Like his belief about himself isn't that good, but he seriously makes up for it with hard work. And the guy just studied his ass off and everything, and he's still got insanely good grades and everything. But there's other people out there that you see that don't work at all, probably aren't as smart, but they just their belief in their state's so good that they just still put them to shame. You know what I mean? So understanding it, accepting it, and taking action in peace, and that's when you really excel, because that's when everything you do, you're not second guessing it, your belief about yourself's good, your state's good, and just everything seems to go your way. And that's why a lot of people that are really successful, it just looks kind of easy to them. And then, there's people that just grind really hard, and it doesn't seem to happen to those guys. I think that's, yeah.
So why do you specifically use the word peace? Take action in peace.
So when you're taking action, it's like you don't have voices in your head. I remember when I used to take action, like, so let's say it's sending lumpy mail and following up on the phone. I used to, there was so many voices in my head, it was like noise. And it felt uneasy, and I felt kind of anxious, and like I was doing the wrong thing, and I was still doing it. And that's, option 2. I mean, at the very beginning, I kind of was option 1. Then the next one was kind of option 2. And then now it's just like, it's really peaceful because I know that it's, what I'm doing helps other people, and that it's not, it's not bad, and there's no voices in my head saying you're an idiot for doing this and stuff like that. So does that make sense? So who's like bulldozing it at the moment?
Maybe kind of in between 2 and 3, trying to work the 3.
There's nothing wrong with bulldozing it, by the way. Like yeah. Oh, tell me about it. It's like you finish a day of work and you just, as soon as your head touches the pillow, it's like, yeah. And then that's when, if you're bulldozing, you can't imagine doing more, And if you look at your current actions, like you're working, I remember like I used to work like more hours than I do now when I was bulldozing, and like I made way less, and I'd work harder and like get more worn out and things. And when you do get to stage 3, it's a lot more, it's not as exhausting and it doesn't take as much. So who's number 1? Do you think? Anyone?
I think I'm speaking to myself in a combination of all 3. There's times when I don't take action, I know I should. And then there's probably mostly number 2, it's sort of facing the anxiety, knowing you're going to be anxious about doing it anyway because you have to. So, would it be great to think that you could go from that anxiety state to taking action in peace? Not sure how to get there, not sure what that mechanism is, maybe it's limited beliefs. But yeah, I would say it's a combination of the 3.
Yeah? So it depends. So that might be like a state sort of thing then. Like depending on what state you're in, any one of these 3 things.
What do you do for somebody that doesn't believe that this will help them?
I'll keep trying to sell it, so I'll keep trying. Because it helped me. I mean, and I'm a really skeptical sort of person. Like when it comes to things, I need to see that it works, and who I follow, I need to really check. So like I told you when I wanted to move into selling these retainer things, like the first thing I did was who's the market leaders in here and how much money they're making. Like if you look at a market or an opportunity and the best guy is not making $1 million a year, then you just run. Because that means that if you can even get to like the level that he's working at, which is not what you want to do. You don't want to exhaust yourself. Like you're looking for the opportunities where guys are doing things wrong and they've got shit backwards and they're making a killing. Because that means if you go into that market and you don't have to do as much work, you make a lot more money, right? So, I'm like really skeptical about things, and I always do my research before I will believe in something. And when it came to this stuff, I like I told you, I researched. I just didn't read the book. I looked back to the guy, his history, why he wrote the book, and then looked at people who had rewritten it and their stories. And I looked at athletes and successful people and saw that if they did things like this, and then I tried it myself after doing that, and it worked for me. And I've helped other people with it too, and it's worked for them. So, as far as I'm aware, it's pretty good.
Yeah, I always felt that when something bad happens, you eventually have to understand it and accept it. So it just depends on if you want to do it right up front or just bulldoze through it and have a shitty day, shitty week, and then you still have to understand it and accept it at some point.
Yeah.
Healthy.
like if someone passes away, right? You know, then you need to like, that's number 3, you basically have to accept it, like peace with it, move on. You know?
Yeah, well, I guess you'd go through all of those 3 processes, right? Like, yeah.
In terms of like tangible steps for actually getting to 2 to 3, what was that around?
So I've got, towards the end of each thing, like I go over some actual action things. So I'll get to that pretty soon.
So I found that I'll go from 1 to 3, and then when I don't produce results, then I find myself going like reverse. It might be my targeting, but in terms of what's a good way to flip that? Just thinking about the time that I drove up to the ATM to deposit the check to the first client, or that helps me get through my day.
That helps me think of what you do.
Like, what usually gets me out of my runs is I think about the day that I was depositing a $7,000 check. I actually took a picture in my car, in my hood and everything, and waiting to drive through ATM to B of A. So that helps me get through. But then when I get in action, I don't. Yeah, I'm really result oriented, so if I go back to.
So then you maybe you need to play, a few more scenarios in your imagination, because the real world's like a cruel playground, especially for someone starting out. Like, things are stacked not in your favor, and there's nothing you can do about that. But the way you make that start easier is by using your imagination to stack the positive rocks, right? And then it's not going to make it go away, but it's going to make it easier. And then when you do start to get a couple, that's when it will really build. So I'm going to go over some things to get into state. So hacking your own state at your own will. So this is this is probably what I think is so important. Like, if you're able to do something to get yourself into your prime. So like athletes, when there's a game time, like when there's a fight and they step in there, they can't just say today's not the day, or I'm going to wait until I get into they have to have something to actually get themselves into that state. And it's not a fluke thing. It's not like people say, people say this shit every day. They're like, oh, I'm just having a bad day, or successful people don't really say that. They're they'll just trigger every day to be a good one. And athletes, they do the same thing. I've always found a lot of similarities between athletes and sports. It's because a lot of anything you really do in your life that's going to be good and meaningful has a big mental game attached to it. Whether it's competing in sport, or relationships and dating, or business, everything has a big mindset element to it. And there's different things you can do. So to hack it, you want to, first of all, you've got to accept and understand your circumstances. You can't just ignore things. So often the best way to start is to just write it down. So the first way you should start your day or anything is just what's the situation, what are your circumstances, and just write it down. Because if you ignore the truth, it's the worst thing you can do, right? You can't ignore the truth. You've got to just face it and be this is the situation. And often when you write it down and get it out on paper, it's not even as bad as you thought. And all of a sudden, it's weights being lifted off your shoulders as well. So I remember when I was starting out, I'd always keep a personal finances Microsoft Excel file, and because I was always worried about money, and I'd start by just writing it all down, getting it out there, and this is the current situation. And when it's out there, all of a sudden you feel a bit better, and instead of thinking is it good or is it bad and panicking, well, it's like a fact. It's in front of your face, and then. Once you've understood the circumstances and accepted them, then, that's the first step. And then the second step is to use, your senses to, evoke a state of certainty and, get yourself into your prime state. So, I mean, everyone's different, but I'll show you some things that I do and that I've learned from other people. So, like, I've tried to do, like, all sorts of different things, like, every different one. Because this mindset stuff, like, when I really associate it to these other things, it really became powerful. So do you have Airwaves gum in America? I don't think you do, because I went to 3 drugstores and couldn't find it. Neither Vicks Vapor Nasal. I don't think you have those either. But I went to some drugstores and found something similar. Do you want to hand them out, Jake? So I got everyone something similar. It's not the same, but... so it's like gum that has... You know how there's that gum and it kind of clears your airwaves? That's kind of like the smell and the taste and that mint. That's like kind of what I associate with like clarity for myself. So whenever something goes good for me and whenever I'm doing this like mindset stuff, I'll try and like tie it with this. And I actually learned this from, so I didn't come up with this myself. So I learned this Vicks Vapor stuff from Jordan Belfort, The Wolf of Wall Street. And I don't know whether he had cocaine in it or not. Like, maybe that's what he was doing, but he said that that's what really worked for him. He said it was smell, because smell's something that's not as cloudy as other senses. Like other senses, like the sound and they're noisy senses. You know what I mean? There's a lot of stimulus out there, but smell is something it's not very cloudy in terms of, the associations. Like often you can, tie in sometimes, you'll always know like your girlfriend's perfume or something like that, and you'll smell it out in the street and immediately you think of it like that. But that's how like strong smell is. So I got you guys these ones. You can do whatever you want, but whenever I want to get into a state, like I just try and use all the senses. So taste is the Airwaves gum for me. The smell is the Vicks Vapor Inhaler. The smell one's real powerful for me. Same with taste. And then, the sounds, so like a song that, gets you motivated. It's often a cool way to start, like, before you're going to, before I have to record a video or before I have to go to a meeting or... anything like that, I'll listen to the song. I'll like do this little ritual thing, it really helps a lot. And then sight, so vision board of things you want to achieve. That's why these things work well. Because I remember when I was younger, I'd get in my car before I'd go to work, and I'd drive along the most expensive street in my country, which was like a 5-minute drive away. Because just looking at that house, looking at the houses and like driving along that street and looking at the view just got me pumped up. And I don't know what it was about it, but it just got me real pumped up. Or looking at like a nice car or something, like after I saw one, or I remember the first time I ever went in a helicopter, like when I got out of it, I was just like, I need one of these. Like I'm going to like, I need to get to work. Like I need to end this holiday and get home, like back to the office. And everyone's different. So I'm not saying these things are going to work for you. They're what's worked for me. And you can use any combination of any of these things. And the trick is to, when you're doing your imagination process is to anchor it to these things as well. So when I first understood mindset, I said it as a logical statement. This is what you probably saw if you went through the video. I said it as a logical statement, imagined it in detail in my imagination, and then assigned emotion to it. And then, then I learned about these senses things, and it's become more powerful. And touch, like clicking your fingers is, like for me, because I just searched for like, Google search for things that, like things you could do, actions you could do that released endorphins or something. and clicking your fingers releases a lot of endorphins, and it kind of makes you feel sharp, or it makes me feel sharp. And so, doing these things like gets me like pumped up and sort of like in state. And so that, you guys asked what do I do? Well, I usually go a bit over the top on things. So I've did every single one of these things. And I found this when I was searching around, like Tony Robbins, I found he has this little trampoline. And this was actually real cool, and I'm going to get one now, and put it in my office. Because it's definitely one of those actions that it's going to kind of shock you out of something. It's kind of going to get you pumped up. It's like you see what I mean? So, it says getting in state. So moments before taking the stage at Dreamforce, which is Salesforce's annual conference, Robbins does some trampoline training to get him energized for the 3-hour program. So, people do use this stuff. Like, you'll often find if you watch a fight, like the boxers in the training rooms, they always have headphones on. They're like listening to their music, and they even walk out there with it, and they just get it taken off at like the last point. And Tony Robbins with his trampoline, like I think everyone will kind of have their own sort of ritual before they get into something, and I think it's really powerful if you can create one of these for yourself.
So do you do this like every morning, or just before a specific event, like
the trampoline, or
just these types of things?
I've never done this.
So I'm saying like
but,
the taste, the smell, like these types.
Oh yeah, so the smell. So because it's a lot of stuff, so I don't always have all of it on me, right? The smell one is what I always have in my drawer, because it's something that you can carry around and stuff. The clicking of the fingers is a good one, and often I'll just look at like photos of something that I want to make me like pumped up. So a lot of the time I'd like look at something I want, like a car or something, and listen to a song I really like, and that kind of gets you pumped up. You know what I mean? If you don't have access to that, then you might need something else. Just as long as you've got some sort of process to get yourself in state. Does this make sense?
You can jump up and down in your bed before tomorrow.
Yeah. I'm definitely going to get one of those things, though. Looks good. And then this one, actually I found there was like a funny story behind this. So who's seen that Wolf of Wall Street movie? So you know how he does that thing in the movie? Turns out that like he's an amazing actor, right? Like he's so good. And he, to get into a state to perform like that, that's the top sort of % of acting, and acting's quite hard, and he does it really well. Well, that's actually what he does before he has a scene. And what happened was the director saw him doing that and was like, we've got to get you to do that in the film. So like, that's actually his thing, to like get into state. And the movie scene is just because the director saw him doing that. So that's, even his way of, that's his sort of ritual to, because I guess in his profession, the tones of his voice are important. And if you remember, he used different tones to probably to get them right, and then different gestures and stuff, because these are the things an actor has to use. So that was another example. So, your state is everything. It controls your ability to succeed at any time. It's a bit of a spelling mistake here. I don't know how to say this. Oh, it starts with recognizing what you do, how you feel, and what you focus on when you're operating at your best. So why I got you earlier on in the exercise was to think of it in a experience that went really well. And then, what senses were heightened for you. Those are some of the senses that you might want to use to build this one. So recognizing what you do, how you feel, and what you focus on when you're operating at your best. So quick exercise right now. Take a few minutes to write down what you do when you're unstoppable. So how you feel and how you're focused. So if you had to come up with a little ritual, what would it be? So I remember another Dan Kennedy story, I remember I was reading that book on, it was one of his books on mindset, I think it was Zero Resistance Selling, but he said that, you know, families and people often have these drawers or in their house or on the kitchen bench, they sit all their bills. And like bills are such a like, you know, like a negative thing. Like a lot of people see the pile in there, it makes them depressed and everything, or there's this drawer in their kitchen that's just filled with bills. And so he made sure that, you know, all his bills were stored away, and he'd just always keep, this is like classic Dan Kennedy, he'd just always keep like 50 grand in cash, just like sitting in his drawer. So like, so it would have like the opposite sort of effect. You know, he felt like there was plenty, so no need to worry, you know, and bills weren't anywhere to be seen. So like, you know, that's another sort of state thing.
When I was at university, I had this second-hand book shop, so I bought and sold textbooks for people, like a little business. But the coolest thing about it is I always had like $2 grand in my pocket at any time. So it made me just feel absolutely awesome because I could always buy drinks or whatever.
Yeah.
So I still had to pay some of that back to some people.
And I mean, like, in New Zealand, money has a real distinct smell. Does it have a smell in America? Yeah, and that's like an association, right? Yeah. So you can see how this sort of stuff works. So, yeah, this is pretty much the same as the last slide. So, you know, to get into your right state, you want to write down your current situation, really, you know, understand it, come to grips with it, and be comfortable with it. Like, the truth is really important. People that ignore the truth, like, it's not a good way. You first want to get it out there, and then, you know, you can use these different things. So, I mean, if you can, see, does everyone have, like, at least a few of these in their ritual? In their way, like just at least a few of these sensors, because it's real powerful to have, you know, because your brain is just like a thing sitting on its own. The only way it gets any data is by all these sensors. Like, these are the only ways to the brain. And, you know, you need, some of them can help it, like, get you into that state. The more, the better, I think. So, the other one is, like, dealing with a rut. So, I've found that, you know, sometimes things are just, like, I call this a rut. So, like, sometimes you're just having such a shit day that you doing your, like, smelling your stick just isn't going to, like, fix it, right? So it's not always going to do that. Like, it's a real good way, like, for most days, but there's just some days which just need some, you know, some real cure. And these are the, like, only things I've, like, ever found that can get you out of that. So, like, impact training, I think this works, like, the best. So there's been research on this, like, you know, punching a punching bag like releases the most stress and, you know, gets you out of like a state like that. So they've done experiments with putting them in offices and things like that. And then, you know, it's real intense things. It's like things that are going to like shock your body, like, because that's what you need when you're that wound up. Like, you know, there's some people that, you know, some people are so worked up, you know, and then someone just slaps them, like, to get them out of it, because they just need something like that to get out of it. So, you know, these are the only things I've ever sort of seen that can do it. It's like intense weights or a run, impact training, you know, swim. It's like diving in a pool. It's kind of a shock, and, you know, there's different senses, a cold shower. So a good thing, I think, for you to have, as well as, you know, your ritual, is also a technique to get yourself out of a rut. So, I mean, if you tell yourself this and you write it down, then next time you're in a rut, you know what to do. It's just, you don't feel hopeless. So, you know, it doesn't have to be one of these, but, you know, write it down. What's going to be your mechanism to get yourself out of this? So, any questions on what we were just talking about?
I'm curious if anybody has anything that's not one of those three.
Mm-hmm. So I'll bring them back up. For getting out of a rut.
Yeah.
Anyone?
I'm curious. I use exercise as a way to get myself in that.
Just going for a walk outside while listening to music helps me.
Sleep. I eat a lot and then sleep.
I hope no one says alcohol or getting drunk.
I find going to bed early sometimes. You're just like, this day's crap. You know,
get rid of it.
Just say, cut your losses. And I just tell myself, you know, even though I had a really bad day, kind of tomorrow's gonna be awesome. When I go to bed, when I wake up, just kind of visualize myself getting out of that, and then usually the next day is great.
Cool. See, that's good, so long as because it can't happen all week, right? Because if you're in a rut, then you're always just going to sleep for a week, yeah. So that's why, like, having something that can be done in like half an hour to an hour is quite good, because if you're in a rut, sometimes you, like, if you've got a deadline, like, you just need to get something done, you know? And that's why I like to have something that can be done in like an hour. I don't think it can really be anything less than an hour, because it really takes a lot to get out of that state. Like, it's amazing when you're in one of those things. It's just like.
I'll give you a perfect example. For me, I've struggled with sending out proposals after consultations. Because you think, yeah, that consultation was great, and then you start fearing rejection. So your way of putting out the rejection is putting out the proposal. And so for me, what I did after my last consultation is I told them, I'm going to have the proposal to you by Friday, which is 2 days from now. I said, what are 2 times that work for you right now for us to go over it on the phone? So, I mean, of course, I was up till like 3 a.m. Thursday night trying to get the proposal done. But I got it done, but I would love to have somebody get me out of the rut, because I was rough for that.
Yeah, so making like declarations to others is a real good way to get shit done.
Yeah.
I do it all the time, and it almost kills me. Oh my god.
It's funny how you did it just when we started, when the videos will get up here.
Yeah.
About 2 weeks.
Yeah, well, shit. You mean you guys have experienced that stuff, right? Like, I always say it because I want to be held accountable, but I almost do this stuff a bit too much that I really strain myself. Yeah. But it's a better problem to have that, I think, than not doing anything at all, you know? So any other questions on that topic?
Can you talk about your morning ritual?
Sure. So, I mean, I always like to listen to music. So, like, because you've got to do a bunch of things before you go to work. So, one thing I found when you're working from home, or like when you're working from an office that's just pretty much below your house, which is like the same thing, which is where my office is now. I probably would rather have my office about a 10-minute drive, because that would make a nice ritual, you know what I mean? Having it so close to home and working from home is often hard. You never want to go immediately from like bed to a computer. Like, never do that. That's not a good thing to do. So, like, I always sleep with my phone on airplane mode, and I try to have like electrics away from the bed, and then, you know, I try not to touch any of that stuff until I've gone through a little process, and it's just, you know, making sure you have breakfast. That's a big one because it gets you later on in the day. So, you know, don't fool yourself by saying, if I skip this 10-minute breakfast, I can get 10 more minutes of work done. Like, bad move. You know, don't skip like having a shower, and like, then I like to wear nice-ish clothes, like a dress shirt and pants, because it makes me feel like I'm going to work, you know, like, whereas when I used to sometimes just not have breakfast and just go straight to the computer and not have a shower, and it's like, because you can, right? It's like a luxury for a while, and then like you start thinking about it, and it's like, where do you draw the line between like work and home? So, you know, the main things is, you know, I listen to some music, and I always take about a whole hour before I go to the computer, a whole hour. So it's, you know, music, shower, getting dressed into like some proper clothes, having something to eat, and a coffee as well. And then once I've done that, I like open up my stuff and get started. So that's like my morning routine. And then, you know, then if I'm going to do something where I need, so the other good thing is not to like abuse like your ritual. Like, if you're just going to write email, like, you don't need to, you know, be in that state. Like, you got to save it for the times where you need to be in performance, you know. So like, I'm pretty sure like a lot, like these guys, like these athletes wouldn't do that intense ritual before just like, you know, just cooking before they cook breakfast or something, you know what I mean? So it's like, you always want to have a morning ritual for every day, which covers the basics, like, you know, hygiene, shower, like presentation, and, you know, food. And so that's a good one. But for if you're doing sales or a video, something where you need to be like operating at like your peak, that's when you want to have something like this. Does that make sense?
What do you usually do for breakfast?
I found the best things smoothies for me, because I'm not very hungry in the morning. Like physical, well, I guess it's all physical stuff, isn't it? Like savory stuff, like, and cereals and stuff, I just can't really eat. So for me, it's smoothies, because, and you can also cram a lot of like good stuff into a smoothie, and it's like kind of cheating. Because if you can put like half an avocado and like a banana and like, you know, a whole bunch of stuff that you wouldn't eat if it was out on the plate, like, and I really like that, because if someone served me like half an avocado and, you know, all of this greenery, there's no way I'd eat it. But when it's in a drink, it's just like boom, and you're like, I really just got that stuff inside me. I'm like pretty healthy, you know what I mean? So that's what I've found, and it's fast too. So that's what I've found. Yeah. So the best I find, so like, you know, I'm guilty of making some mistakes with all this stuff too. It's like, I'm definitely not perfect, you know. But I do know if I did this stuff every day, I would be even further on than I am now, you know. But bedtime, I found the best thing to do before you go to bed is just to read. So the worst thing you can do is be on your phone or your laptop. Like, it is not good. If you've been emailing and doing stuff, and then you close the laptop and roll over, like, or you shut your phone off, that's real bad. Your sleep's not as good, and your mind's racing and stuff. Like, reading really calms me down, and I feel like, you know, a sleep is better if I've read before it. It really slows your mind down. Anything else?
What time do you wake up?
It depends, man, like on a lot of things.
When do you want to wake up?
So I've found when I'm happiest, so this is what I've figured out, like when I'm happiest, it's when I wake up like before the sun, so like 5 or 6. I found probably if I had to choose a time where I'm the most happy, 5 o'clock, there's just something about waking up at that time, the world's quiet. And like, when you wake up late, like at 10, it's like everything's buzzing, you know what I mean? And you feel like you're behind everyone and everything's like kind of already in chaos. So I've found, and there is a massive, actually, like when I was doing research on this, there's a massive correlation between success and the earliness at which someone wakes up. So, like, if you look at successful people and you ask them what time they wake up, it's almost always like a crazy time, like 5 or 6. Sometimes it's 4. So, and you know, there has been studies, and there is a tie there. And I've found personally, I get more done if I wake up then, and you know, I feel happier too, because you feel like you've achieved something, you know.
So if you're trying to get up at 5, what time are you going to aim to be in bed by?
I just like 7 hours. So whatever 7 hours before that is.
That'd be like, you know, you travel late and go to bed. Like how long?
Oh, generally an hour reading. So if you needed to be in bed asleep by 11 and to bed by 10, you know. Yeah.
So you mentioned you're pretty skeptical. I'm curious how you keep that from getting in the way of acting on what you've discovered or what you're trying to do. Like how do you keep that under wrap? You know.
Well, if someone really successful is doing it, it's good enough for me. You know, like if I can't find anyone doing it, or the only people I can find doing it aren't that successful, I won't do it. And it's why like I had massive problems at like school and university, because you know, the teacher would be broke, and I'd be like, well, why should I listen to you? You know, like, what can you teach me about entrepreneurship? You ride a bike to university, you know? And it was true. Like, he'd never started a company, and he was head of entrepreneurship at my college, so it really amazed me, you know? And he rode a bike. So it was hard for me to take what he said and really value it, you know? Whereas, you know, if Elon Musk told me what he did before work and before bed, I'd be like, I'm going to try that, you know? Like, that's kind of I'm skeptical so long as someone really good's doing it, yeah.
What type of stuff do you read daily? Like, you know, just as far as keeping up with information, things like that. Do you read any news? How do you kind of filter outside content that you read and outside of your business to keep up to date with, you know, just important things happening in the world that are relevant to you?
So I ignore the news completely. So I don't have a TV and don't read the newspaper ever. Like, just don't look at anything. Oh yeah. But I'm not even doing that now, you know. But like, yeah, like I completely ignore the news, because especially now, like those feeds that they've got on their apps, like it doesn't stop. Like you'd be like, you couldn't keep up. If you had like, I don't know what the big ones are, like MS, whatever the big ones are called, BBC or whatever, Fox. If you had all of those apps and you're constantly trying to keep, you couldn't have any time to do anything. Most of the time, it's depressing stuff too. Yeah.
Do you read anything, like any digest or anything that's like business?
No news at all. I just try to keep it to just books, really. Yeah. I mean, if something important happens, I'll generally hear about it, you know, and then I'll have a look. Like, if it's important news, I'll hear about it somehow, and I'll go have a look.
So, for instance, the Tony Robbins article on...
So I went looking for that.
So you were...
Yeah. So when I had to do this stuff, I started searching around for state management and what guys were doing, and you know, what I've done with pretty much all of this stuff is linked it to someone way, way, way more successful than me, you know, to really prove that this is, you know, the right stuff to follow. Yeah.
How do you decide what books to read on a regular basis? You know, you finish a book, how do you decide what authors to read, you know, who to kind of follow to have some sort of direction for what you read?
It all depends on like the stage in which I'm at, like in business, you know. So when I was back when mindset was an issue for me, like it was all sort of mindset, self-help sort of stuff. And then before that, it was all about like direct response and marketing and sales, and now it's moved more towards like breaking plateaus, you know. So it's like my biggest issues now is, you know, I'm making like so much money per year, and I'm pretty much like maxed out. So like, I can't work harder to get to the next level. It's like something has to change, you know, like what's that next step? So like a lot of stuff on 80-20, a lot of stuff on hiring and managing other people, a lot of stuff on, you know, structures, like, because that's the problem I'm having right now. So it's generally associated to a problem I'm having. Yeah, I don't read things that are like if someone mentions a book's really good, I'll buy it from Amazon. It just goes on the shelf. Like I just have a shelf full of hundreds of books. I haven't even read a lot of them, but because when someone says a book's really good, and I want to at least get it so I don't forget. Yeah.
Would you be willing to put some of the best books you've read in certain categories together so that if one of us is struggling with a particular category, you at least have something you've read that you can recommend for that area?
Yeah. So while we're on mindset right now, I mean, I'll tell you now so you can write it down. If you want to dig deeper into this stuff, it's Think and Grow Rich and Psycho-Cybernetics. Another one is called Release Your Brakes. Another one is called The Lazy Man's Way to Riches. And off the top of my head, Zero Resistance Selling. Yeah.
Hey Sam, I've really enjoyed a lot of your videos and stuff. I'm wondering, sort of, other than the profit incentive, what your motivation is for teaching other guys to do what you do. And I wonder, is it helping you with your business? That is sharpening your own skills by teaching us what you do.
Yeah, so, I mean, it has a cash flow benefit, but also I find that, like, if you're forced to teach it, like, or put it down, like, often it really sharpens your own understanding. So, like, when I made these slides for this, my head was, like, buzzing afterwards with, like, my own company, you know what I mean, and my own stuff. I was like, it's because it had been a while since I'd touched mindset as a topic. Like, I made that video, I think, 2 years ago now, the one that's on the site, on Cash Flow Consulting. So when I revisited it, like, you know, it got me thinking again. So reasons, I mean, yeah, there's profit incentive. There's also my end goal, like my big end vision is to buy and sell and invest in other companies, like venture capitalist sort of thing. And I feel like publishing information for a history of time is like an awesome way to position yourself later on. Also, like having some people and success stories and stuff like of companies, and you know that's going to really help me later on as well. So it kind of, you know, it has cash flow incentive. It also, you know, sharpens my understanding, but also, you know, it feeds towards the later vision as well.
Was that one of your first one? I think it was a Mixergy interview. Was one of your first?
Yeah.
Is that sort of where it all began?
Yeah, so I did that interview, and then people were like, I figured out that people kind of liked what I had to say, and I was like, that was the first time I realized that. And then people would like ask me if they'd like offer to pay me to like do something, and I was like, you know, there's probably an opportunity here. And that's how the first little one, I think, was only like 10 people that I got to pay me, and it was just held on Skype and Dropbox, and then turned into the next one, and then the next one, and the next one, you know what I mean? Yeah. So that's, you know, my motivation. See any more questions with this stuff, or?
I have one more quick question. When we were talking about the 3 different stages, it made me think of one of the things that has come up in the group is the temptation to get, you know, discount your first few jobs or something like that, like to get easy wins. So how do you kind of combat that? Because I think I think a lot of people, like, sorry, I don't know your name, but he was talking about getting that first check, and I think that even getting a small check, and it gets that gives you that good feeling of
yeah. So
Because I want to add to that. I don't know that that's a really good idea to lower your, you've got to charge a certain amount to make it worth it, and the whole model works based on charging an appropriate price.
So in my experience, the reason why I've taught it the way I have is, in my experience, it's sometimes easier to win the bigger ones than the smaller ones. So that's if you can get your head around that. If you can pull your mindset straight and actually attempt it, I believe it's easier. Like, I find it a lot easier to close a 10 grand deal than a 1. Like, it always is like that. But if you really don't believe that, then it's a different story, And then maybe that is what you need. If you really have mindset issues and you believe that's what you need, then, that's probably the right step, yeah.
Well, I think it also, if you're going after a $10,000 client, it filters out a lot of the lower, the people that can't really afford, to spend $10,000 on something.
Yeah, like, I've honestly found like that when selling websites, which is what most of the course has been on, like that spot between 5 and 10 is quite easy, Like, I could do those things, like I could sell as many as I wanted, but then just not that great to fulfill on after you sell. Yeah.
So why do you think it is easier to sell in that 5 to 10 range versus?
I think that's just like you've got the cheap guys at the bottom. Then you've got the highly customized ones at the top where they want their own CMS and shit. And then you've got this one in the middle that is just a WordPress with a theme, a basic sort of thing, and it's that good price point, you know what I mean? It's like with clothing, for example, you've got your, like your Versace, right, at the very high end. It yields the most money per sale. The very bottom end, you've got some stuff from like China somewhere. But the company that actually makes the most money is in that middle spot, It's the one that sells at kind of just above average prices to the bulk of people, Okay. So their average sale price isn't as much as Versace, but their volume's big. It's like fine dining restaurants, like the absolute finest dining restaurant in Manhattan, right? Its prices are ridiculous, and then you've got the street food, which is bad, but that McDonald's makes the most money in food, It's that middle piece. It's like the perfect balance of simplicity, like a homogeneous offering, which is something very similar, and price, and scale. And that's what I think the same thing is true with websites. It's like you've got the real bottom, you've got the top, but there's that spot,
Just curious, as you read these books, do you take notes in the books? Do you have a separate notebook, or do you just kind of keep it?
So I got the same process. I always read physical books, never, ever, ever, ever the other ones. I just can't. I hate digital stuff. Like, in an age where there's so much crap, just flashing and stuff, I like to keep some things on paper. And books, I always read paper ones. And I'll get a pen, and everything that makes me go, oh, that's awesome, like, circle it. And then at the end, I'll generally flick through and then take those and write it into a sheet, just the main points. And then I'll print the 2 sheets or 3 sheets and just fold it and put it in the book. So then if I need to come back to that book, it's circled and there's the bullets. Yeah.
In the context of mindset, like when you're reversing it, when you're sitting with a client, and you're reference things comes up, what's the best way to go, handling their mindset on the other side of the table? Because I walked away from a $10,000 monthly retainer last week, all because of a reference, not having them. I mean, I have them, but didn't want to how do you handle their mindset with references?
You can reverse risk. It's a big one, reverse the risk. So they're in that state because of the risk. You haven't got references. You haven't done it before. This is a gamble for me, right? So I mean, if you reverse the risk, if you say look, if this doesn't work, I'll refund you completely. That, those are things that can help with that sort of stuff. Yeah. All right. So the next one we're going to cover is beliefs. So I talked to you a bit about beliefs before. It's like limiting beliefs, empowering beliefs. So it's like your self-image. of yourself, like how you see yourself and how you make your decisions and what you think your ability is. So what are your beliefs? So they're like how you view the world and exist in it. It's like that's what beliefs are. Well, how you view the world and exist in it are greatly influenced by your beliefs. So what did you hear growing up? What did you see? You know, I told you before, if your parents told you, you know, don't talk to strangers. Or a big one for me was like teachers told me I wasn't good at maths. I think that's a huge one. Like, and then you say, well, I'm not good at maths. And then like that becomes you as a person. It's just, you know, like you see yourself, well, Sam, he's not good at math. You know what I mean? And then whenever you go to approach anything with math, it's just like, whoa, like it's, you know, I think with people, there's sometimes they are born with, like, ability is something you're born with a bit, but for the most part, I think it's honestly just your beliefs. Because when I was growing up, like, school in New Zealand, the grading system, it pretty much only favours math. So, like, and they grade your classes from, like A class down, and they pretty much only use math to do it. And because I wasn't good at math, like, I never got put in, you know, I got put in the dumber classes. And so I just thought I was stupid and thought, you know, like, best possible scenario for me, I figured was, you know, just getting a job. And, you know, I even thought maybe I'd just go work on a farm or something. Like, that's honestly what I thought. And that's like how screwed up, like, beliefs are. Because if some, you know, teacher that could be broke and knows nothing about life, when you're a kid, if you just mess up one little test, they can, like, you know, create that sort of future for you. And it's, you know, that's why they're so powerful. And then I remember when I was at school, I, like, somehow fluked some science exam just by common sense, like, because it was an early one, and I got, like, the top grade in the class by accident somehow, like, because it was a basic exam. But when the teacher told me, like, you're a star and everything, like, and the other students did, all of a sudden I was like, I'm so good at science. And I, like, had a streak and ended up, like, topping science for, like, 3 years and thought I was going to be a dentist. Like, so that's, like, how powerful these things are, you know? Like, they can really drag you down and they can, you know, really build you up. And in business, it's pretty much all beliefs. It's when you go to send stuff in the mail, when you go to make a follow-up call, you know, beliefs are really, really powerful. And often they're formed by things you did, or they're formed from childhood or experiences. And, you know, just quick little exercise. You can just write it down, won't take long, but what experience do you remember that impacted your life so much that it shaped, you know, who you are today? And there's often you can pinpoint it back to an experience. And it only takes once, that's the thing. Like I told you with the car incident, you can just watch a car accident happen once, but if you keep playing it over and over and over in your head, it's like you saw it happen 1,000 times. So see if you can just recall an experience. We won't spend too long on that. And so some beliefs have served you and supported you, but there are others that have, you know, sabotaged you. So if your parents told you, you know, honesty is important and, you know, you should always be honest, like, that's a belief that will serve you because that's a very good thing to have. Or if you should work hard, like, you know, those are beliefs that will serve you. And, you know, but there's other ones like that. They were meaning well when they brought you up, but they've sabotaged you. So, like, not talking to strangers, that was a meaning well sort of thing to install in your head back when you're a child, but not so much if you're going out into entrepreneurship. So beliefs are like your stance on something. So if it's talking to strangers, you know, your belief is your stance on that. It's like either empowering, you feel good to do that. Some people just love talking to strangers, and some people will avoid it at all costs. And your identity is, you know, who you think you are, and your beliefs kind of make up your identity. So every person is kind of just, you know, it's a bunch of beliefs sort of that form a person. And, you know, this stuff's so crazy because back when I was at school, Like, I remember we had to make up a 2-minute speech, just 2 minutes. We got to use cue cards and stuff, and for 2 years I would always fake sick going to school, and I couldn't do it. I just like could not speak, and this was only in front of like 25 people for 2 minutes with cue cards, and you had like a month to prepare, and I just couldn't do it, and it's because, you know, like of the beliefs I had. But now, you know, I'm pretty much willing to just do anything, you know what I mean? And it's not, the only thing that's changed is the beliefs on it. So I said I was I had to have 5 or 6 beers before picking up the phone and calling someone to sell. I had to, you know, I faked being sick, not to go to school, to just avoid public speaking. Now I'm just standing up, you know, speaking for 3 days. I'm the same person, but the thing that's changed is my beliefs on different things. And so it's proof that this stuff, you know, really can be changed. What you are, what your belief or your stance on something right now is not like who you are for the rest of your life. So I talked to you about decisions is what you think you're capable of achieving. So, you know, my decision, one of my first decisions based on my beliefs and my identity was the best thing I could probably do is just get a job on a farm, you know. That's about all I'm capable of. And then science, all of a sudden I was like, I'll be a dentist. And then, you know, like, that changes with your beliefs. And it, you know, it's actually, you make life-changing decisions based on beliefs. It's really important stuff. So the examples I mentioned before is I'm no good at math, I'm shy, I'm not good with money, and I'm clumsy. You know, the clumsy one's awesome because how many people say that and they just make themselves clumsy? Like, it's like they're doing it on purpose. Like, it's because if you tell yourself that and you build yourself into like, you know, and then you can even get nicknames like Clumsy Sam or something, you know what I mean? Like, it's silly how bad beliefs are. Like, if you believe it yourself and then other people can't start saying it and then your name gets turned into that, well, like, you know, it's going to be hard to unwind. So that's how powerful this stuff is. Now, you know, these are some guys who, well, with beliefs, I think that there's a point where you sort of become like unstoppable. And it's when I said like when you're on a roll and like the universe sort of attracts everything to you. And it's like it just started with one little thing with science with me. And all of a sudden I topped science and like thought I was going to be a dentist or something like. But it just started with one little thing, like one little test, and then someone said that to me. And, you know, with like athletes, with like LeBron James or Michael Jordan or something, if they have one good game and then someone says they're really good and then they think they're good so they play a little bit better, and then the crowd says they're really good and then all these press releases come out that say they're good and it just builds, it's just like snowballs, and all of a sudden like the person thinks they're so good but everyone's saying they're so good and it's just like it's an unstoppable force. And I'm sure you've seen it happen all the time because there's some guys that just like can't do anything, like they're just like unstoppable. And in business, like one of the guys is like Elon Musk. You know, I think he started $3 billion companies by now. And it's like everything the guy's done is like successful. But often what happens is off one success, it just builds another. And that's what's so important about, you know, the belief system. And with like LeBron James and stuff, when everyone says he's the best guy in the world, and when he turns up, like you feel like you're the best guy in the world. You know what I mean? And so the best thing you can do is sort of start to create this so that you can get on that roll. Because when you're on that roll, like you do feel like you're unstoppable. Like I said, the best time to go out and prospect for new clients is immediately after you've won one, just like right now. You know, you should immediately take advantage and keep building on that high. So, I don't have sound for this, but this is a cool video you should watch. I dug this up, and it's like Elon Musk back when he was like 20 or something, like real young, and he just sold his first company. It's a company no one had even heard about. He sold it for like $500 million, and he's like, this is way before PayPal or anything. And he was just taking delivery of like this McLaren F1, which is $1 million car, back when $1 million was probably worth like $4. And you know, if you watch this video when you go home or when we next break or something, because you can just see, even at a young age, he just has this sense about him that's just like unstoppable. People are saying, the interviewer asks him, "Are you gonna what are you gonna do after this?" And he's like, "I'm not stopping. I'm just gonna take my chips and go play at a bigger table." And you know, that's exactly what he's done. He sort of cashed out on one thing. He made about 500 million, went into a bigger game, PayPal, cashed out like almost $1 billion, and then went into bigger game again. And he is one of the guys in business that's like unstoppable. And you should watch that video because you can just sense it on the guy. And it's like you can sense it on people like LeBron James and that. There's just like this sense that the guy is just, amazing. And the same thing with Elon Musk. And I think that's all to do with the person's beliefs. Like, they haven't just done well, and people don't just think they're doing well, but they truly believe to their core, they have no doubt that they're like exceptional at what they do. And that's when you have like amazing success with this stuff. So if you're in a sales situation, in a consultation, like, it's not exactly a word that you say or anything, but another person can sense your beliefs. So it's kind of like, you can sense if someone really knows their stuff or not, regardless of what they say. And for example, if you sit down with Elon Musk, you get this feeling with the guy. And that's true in consultations too. Even if there's no words around it. And that's why if you truly believe that you're really good at what you do and you understand your products and you can do good for clients, and you truly believe that, it'll show in consultations. So there's also like, on the other hand, it can go all bad too. Like I said, when you go on the upward spiral, it's like it just keeps building on itself. But you've got to be very careful that you don't go into like a downward spiral. So if you do something wrong, then the public and your friends say you're doing wrong, and then it's like the clumsy thing. It just builds and builds, and it can really downward spiral. So it's something you've got to, you've got to make sure that you take advantage of, and that you're very careful that you protect going down, because you can snowball downwards faster than you go upwards. But you want to try and go upwards. Does that make sense? Sorry if you're a fan of any of these people.
How do you protect it?
Pardon?
How would you protect yourself from that?
Well, like, it would be catching your thoughts, So if you make a mistake once, then not to sort of let that determine like who you are. So, like, the first cold call I ever made was horrible, and I built on that, and I was building on it. The longer I put it off, the more times I replayed it in my mind. I was like downward spiraling myself. You know what I mean? And it's making sure that you cut it at the beginning. So if a consult goes wrong, or someone says, this lumpy mail package was the most offensive thing I've ever seen, like, stop it there and don't let it build. You know what I mean? So the most common limiting beliefs that I think exist are, one is like, the world happens to me, which is like, I've got no control over anything. Pretty much the world's just happening, and I'll just get what's given. You know what I mean? So that's like one. The second one is money. So limiting beliefs about money. So I had huge ones because I came from a family that wasn't that wealthy, and so to me, my first thought of like making $100,000 a year was just, I thought that was like beyond the lottery, like, because I didn't really know anyone that was doing that. But that is really limiting, you know what I mean? Someone like Elon Musk, I don't know how he has such high beliefs about it, but he doesn't even see 500 million as like a lot. He's just immediately on to the next thing. Like, so money's a big one. The numbers you associate with how much you can make and everything can really restrict you. You want to make sure that these limiting beliefs, you don't have these ones. Then I'm not good enough is another one. So who thinks they have any of these? What ones? Money? Yeah. I still have the money one because you just set a new sort of thing, you know, and it's like, it's always your limiter. It's, yeah.
Can I ask how you initially expanded that, right? So I can relate to that. And at one point, 100,000 was playing the lottery for you. Now, obviously, that's substantially different. Did you grow into the 100,000 and then should go a bit further? And if so, I mean, anybody can say like, okay, yeah, well, I'm going to make 100 million a year, right? Like anybody can just say that. But it seems to me there needs to be some sort of like, you need to believe it,
Yeah.
but it needs to stretch you at the same time.
Yeah.
And any guidelines on like finding that right spot? Because you can just choose an arbitrary huge number and, you know, all right, whatever.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think I've got some slides coming out that talk to that a little bit. But for me, I set the number first of all, work towards it and achieve it, and then you know,
How did you get the number? Like, where did you get the number from?
Well, 6 figures was a number that was thrown around. Like, I had heard throughout, you know, when I was at university that my friends who were doing law and accounting, they were going to earn like 100 grand a year. And everyone was like, whoa, like, you know, that's the best. So I figured making 100 grand a year in business was like on par with, you know, the lawyers and the accountants and the top people. So that's how I kind of came up with that number. And, you know, it's a really good number to start with, but I also look at myself and then I look at someone like Elon Musk and I'm like, you know, I'm thinking way too small, you know what I mean? And, you know, the guys that do really good, they have really high standards, like exceptionally high standards. I mean, if you just look at the difference, like in New Zealand, which is 4 million people, if you look at the difference between, you know, average salary is around $40,000 per year, and the richest guy in the world has, the richest guy in New Zealand has about $9 billion. You know, that's a massive gap. And he started broke. He was a tow truck driver. And so, like, how the hell did he amass that? And he's only, like, in his early 40s. Like, but when he was 21, he was a tow truck driver. Like, how did that happen? Like, I guarantee you his goals weren't 100 grand, then 1 million, and then 2, and then 10. Like, you know, his goals must have been very, very, very high. Because if it, you know, it takes you a while to reach a goal. Like, when I set 100 grand, it took me about a year to get that. And then when I set it to like 500, it took me like a year to get that. And it, you know, it takes a while to get the goals. And if you keep doing these little incremental things, like, you're never going to end at someone like Elon Musk or someone like this guy in New Zealand who has, you know, $9 or $10 billion. Like, their beliefs about money must have been very high from the beginning. Does that make sense? Yeah.
I think somebody like Elon Musk or people like that may not have money goals, they might have other goals. I don't think money matters much to him, because once he has $500 million, he doesn't care about preserving that. He wants to put it out and do something much bigger. So I think it's a slightly different type of goals than money goals, I guess.
Yeah, so he's one of the guys that wants to, like, change the world, right? Yeah. That would probably be his goal more than making like $500 million. But, so then maybe that is, you know, the thing with beliefs. Maybe you shouldn't have beliefs exactly tied to dollars. Maybe you should more look at, you know, what sort of things would you have to do to achieve massive wealth. So I'll go into a bit of detail about these ones. So this is a really common one, like, the world happens to me. It's like believing that you don't have any control over your fate, and this is like the most destructive thing to success and wealth in the entire world. Like, if you go out there and you just think that everything just happens to you, then, you know, it's really bad. And there's, you know, these sorts of people say 3 things. They justify everything with these 3 things. So blame, like, it's my parents' fault, so, you know, I'm not going to inherit any money, and, you know, my mum won't give me 100 grand, so it's just, you know, it's their fault, I'm not going to be successful, you know? Like, or it's the president's fault. Like, I hear that one all the time. And the other one is, justifying it. So it makes sense. It's because of X, Y, or Z. This is why I'm like this. I didn't get sent to a good school. I didn't start early enough. It's therefore I can't have anything. And then the complaining one, which is, we need different laws, we need different benefits, we need more of something or less of something, like just complaining about all the factors. So these are the sorts of really bad things that you never want to do, because you can't change any of that. Like, these are your circumstances, and they are what they are, and there's absolutely no changing it. And people that say these things, I've honestly found, because I always listen to conversations everywhere I am and sort of see and think about what people's mindsets must be like. And quite often, like when I hear people say things like this, they're often like, they even look kind of miserable. So they kind of look not very excited and kind of drained, and they're often in places like eating McDonald's and things like this, and or gambling or drinking or doing something destructive. And like that's kind of like how they've justified things, and this is kind of what they just see their life as. Do you guys see what I'm trying to say here? Yeah, so that's like the most destructive limiting belief I think there is this one here, because it's like, I can't, the world happens to me, I'm just going to, just exist and see what happens, and it's everyone else's fault. And so this is, probably the worst one to have. You definitely want to make sure you don't have that. And the way to sort of like, the belief you should have about, the world and everything is that you're responsible for your world, and you create your world and your own destiny. Like, the world doesn't happen to you. Sure, there are forces which you can't always control, but by taking action and moving towards what you want, you make your own way and attract the positive things in the universe. So, like, I'm sure I don't think we really need to drive this point anymore. Everyone in here knows that they create their own future, right? So that's, it's definitely something. If you don't fully believe that, then this is one of the limiting beliefs that you really want to focus on. Because I remember back when I was at school, when my mindset was like completely messed up, and it changed the way I looked at the world and everything. I thought the world happened to me, and it was because I wasn't going to get an inheritance, and I wasn't good at math, and it was all excuses. And then when things changed to the point where I actually started going out there and attacking things myself, I realized that this is all just nonsense. So, bad money beliefs. So, I think everyone has these. So, people generally always have limiting beliefs about money. And, things like, I don't need money, or money is the root of all evil. Rich people are greedy. If I get rich, I'll change. If I get rich, people won't like me. I'm no good with money. Money is hard to make. Money is rare. Like, I remember when I was a kid growing up, all the cartoons, like, think of The Simpsons, like, the rich guy is Mr. Burns. He's evil, and he like releases hounds, and he's like, and then was there Scrooge McDuck over here? And like, and then even think about those cartoons, the ones, I forget the name of it, but a lot of the time the rich guy is like the bad guy, right? And they try and make money evil, and like, I don't know why, it's just what culture does, and it's like...
that's part of the base belief of society. It's that if you have more money than I do, you must have done something wrong to get it.
And I see it all the time, like at this cafe that's in my office building, like when she's got the bill, because I've got a tab there, and at the end of each month she has the bill, when she hands it to me, I can see that she feels guilty. Like, she feels like she's doing something wrong asking me for money. You know what I mean? And a lot of people are like that. Because money's involved, or they've got to ask for it, or they feel like it's just really wrong and bad. And that really restricts how much money you can make if you can't even ask for it, like freely, when you've done nothing wrong. So how these beliefs are formed is, you know, like just those cartoons. There's tons of them. I could, if I did some research, I could list even more. But you know, The Simpsons and Scrooge McDuck and the other ones, and you know, so people have beliefs that money is bad. So maybe it's not how much money they're going to make, but that money is bad in general, and that any form of activity that involves money is going to like evoke a guilty sort of feeling within you. So maybe when the consultation towards the close, you feel guilty and you feel like you're being nice if you just don't close. But like that's so backwards, because if you close, you help that business, their business grows. You're doing a good thing by closing. And you know that logically, but if you have a limiting belief about money, it's you know, it's hard to do. So I pretty much guarantee everyone will have a few of these. And if you do, you want to, you know, write them down. So if you think money is bad, or you have guilt around money, or you know, you think it will change you, or anything like that, because these negative beliefs stop you from doing what you're doing, because in business you're making money, and regardless of what you're doing, if you possess these negative beliefs, you'll feel guilty and evil. So I definitely had some of these. And I didn't really replace them until I met and heard of, you know, wealthy people that weren't evil and that were actually quite nice people, you know. And that's when I kind of realized, well, it's not really what I thought, and that it's not a bad thing. You know, empowering alternatives for money belief is, you know, money amplifies what and who you are. So,
Hey Sam, the question I've got is, how did you, in your own mind, how did you go from justifying in your own mind $1,050 million website to 5,000 before you got into retainers and all of that? You know, you've got someone in front of you before the table and you're trying to close the deal. And you look in the eye and you say it's going to be $8,000 for this product. And only, you know, a week ago you were asking for $1,500 for the same product. How did you make that jump? I'm struggling with that, I must say.
So there was two sides of it. I'd say one side was that I saw it had been done by others, and it was being done a lot. The other one was that you can actually add that in value, and that you're not actually just, you know, conning someone out of an extra $7,000. Like, if you actually know copywriting, you know the elements to a website that help convert, you add an opt-in form and an autoresponder and a call to action, like, that is value. It's not just a website anymore. So when I was just doing websites, it was, you know, just putting it on WordPress, a theme, copy-pasting the words, right? That value is about $1,500. But if you're going to, you know, write some copy, have best practices that you've researched, and, you know, have a call to action, opt-in form, things like this, put testimonials there, you've added that in value, and you can charge that much money. Do you see what I mean? So then moving on to this other stuff now, like retainers and everything, like the value's there. You have to see the values there. If you don't believe in the value, like, you won't be able to sell it, or you won't be able to sell it very well. So seeing it being done is usually how it starts for me, because like, I'm always looking for the next level. And if I started in with websites, then I saw that some guys were paying $8, and I was like, what? And then, you know, got to that, and then saw that, you know, the people were paying more money to these other guys that were doing AdWords and stuff, and I was like, what? You know, I want some of that. So money amplifies who and, or what and who you are. So, you know, this is an empowering belief about money, and this is the belief that I have about it, is, you know, if you're an ethical, you know, kind person, then, who wants to help others and have fun and, you know, help other businesses succeed, then, you know, money is going to give you the ability to do more of that and, you know, make a bigger difference with that. So it's kind of like, it's kind of a bad example, but alcohol, if you're in a really happy mood and you have a couple of drinks, it can really, like, you know, it really amplifies it. But if you're really down, it, you know, does more. So, you know, if you're naturally bad and, you know, not a very good person, and you start making a lot of money, chances are it's going to magnify that. And so the problem isn't money. The problem is you know, the person and their beliefs and what they intend to do. So, you know, provided you have good intention, money is nothing. It's just going to help you more. So that's the belief that I have, and that's how I kind of replaced the other one. Because, you know, there's a lot of people out there that are really wealthy, and, you know, money for them allows them to, you know, eat healthier food, look after their families, give them good education, you know, go on vacations, and then do other things like help other businesses with their companies, donate to charity, or, you know, help people in need. Like, it's a good thing, and these people are good people, and it's not like that. So, you know, that is my belief about money, and that's how I swapped the other one. So, you know, the main two were the world happens to me and money is bad. And, you know, these are things that you really want to make sure that you've got straight. So there's tons of limiting beliefs that people have. And, you know, I showed you a couple big ones. And, you know, the first step is to identify that you have one. And it's, you know, it's quite easy to do that. They're things, so if you have difficulty in doing some sort of action, then chances are there's a limiting belief there, and you've got to sort of think how and what situation caused that. So here's the process. You identify it, write it down, and dissect it. So think back, like what situation in my childhood, you know, could be to blame for this. And then look at how it's damaging your life now. So if you think money is bad, or if you think the world happens to you, then it's like seriously hurting your life and your potential. And then, so you write that down, and then you look at how your life would prosper if you didn't have that belief. So if you didn't have those limiting beliefs, what would life be like? And then you construct a new one, and then you let that, you know, empower you, and that's the one that you really absorb. So this stuff's kind of, does this make sense, or it's always risky business with this mindset stuff, eh? So we'll do a little exercise now. So I'm pretty sure, you know, everyone generally has one about, yeah, keep going.
One thing that I noticed is when I just like, instead of saying, well, I'm bad at this, then I'll just say I'm good at that or something like that. And sometimes it just reminds me that, you know, I wrote that thing because I had that seeming belief, so it kind of the opposite effect. So let's say, you know, I'm bad at math, for example, and then I'll just write down I'm good at math. And when I repeat it to myself, I know that I wrote that because, you know, I thought I was bad at math, so then it doesn't have any impact to it. Did you experience that, and do you have a trick to not thinking this way?
Yes, you've got to think back to what would have caused that. So do you think that there are situations earlier in your life that caused you to think that way?
Well, that was a poor example, because I never thought I was bad at math.
Oh. Well,
but yeah, no, I see what you mean.
Yeah, and then, so I'm going to show you this process. This is what I use to do it. So we'll just do a quick exercise now. And if you just write down, you know, a negative belief about money that you have, or a negative belief about money in general, then a negative belief about yourself and money, and then how have these beliefs limited your life? How are these beliefs not true? And who would you be without these beliefs? We'll just take some time to do that. Do you need more time, or is good? So, if that's like, you know, who thinks they've got written down a limiting belief about money? Anyone or no one?
About money in general?
Yeah, like a belief about money that's held you back from achieving.
There's not enough of it. It's scarce and hard to find.
Anyone else want to share?
Money is hard to get.
Hard to get.
I have one. If I have a lot of money, no one will actually be my real friend.
No need to charge so much.
Focusing on money doesn't allow me to focus on more important things in life.
Yeah, so these are like, so that's definitely a stereotypical thing. Often it's said by poor people, though. It's kind of like a good reason not to have money. You know what I mean? Like, money makes people bad, and they don't appreciate the smaller things. It's you know, it's what people say to justify not having it. But you know, I think it's just built up to be too much of a thing. You know what I mean? Money in general, because it's like, it's crazy if you think about it. But I can guarantee you, the guys that are really successful, like the guys I know that, well, you know, my mentor who is worth probably 600 million. The way he talks about it is just like it's just like something that doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Yeah. So here's the like other. His detachment from it of being something is like, his belief about it must be so good. He knows that it's transactional. There's always, you know, so much of it out there, and that it's, you know, it's plentiful. Like, people think about, like, when people get money, the first thing they generally want to do is spend it. Like, and you know, if you think about you know, what happens to people when they make a lot of money? Well, they spend a lot of money, and like, it's always just cycling through. You know, it's not something that people make and then hoard, and like, it gets spent. Like, generally people spend it when they make it, and you know, it's always cycling through, and there's just tons of it. And I think really successful people, they don't think about it like you know, poorer people do, because the sort of assumption those people, the belief poorer people have on money is like that it's such a precious thing, and you know, asking for it they feel guilty. Do you know what I mean? So I think this belief is really, really, really powerful. Like, removing limiting beliefs you have here. So now, like, quick exercise, if you write down, you know, a new belief about money that sort of counters the limiting one you had. So, you know, how can you take the negative belief you had about money and turn it into an empowering one that's the opposite? So, new belief about money, new belief about yourself and money. Then how much better your life would be with these beliefs. So if you had these beliefs today, like, how would your life be better?
Can you give us an example of one that you had that you worked through?
Yeah, so my issue with money now is like big business. So it's like going from, you know, 1 million to like 10. You know what I mean? And so I have all these limiting beliefs that you know, that sort of money is only for investment banking and mergers and acquisitions if you live in New York, and these sorts of beliefs, or money like that is only made if you do an IPO, or things like that. So, you know, my belief about it, these are my limiting beliefs now about money. It's you know, how do you take it to the next level? Like, big business is, you know, to play big business you need an MBA. You know, things like that. So to play big business, you need to be in San Francisco and have gone to Harvard and raised capital. You know, all these sorts of things I find definitely limit me a bit when it comes to working, because I go to work and I feel like, am I working on the right thing? Like, will this vehicle take me to that level, or am I just in the wrong vehicle? Do you know what I mean? Yeah.
So are you working through that one right now?
Yeah, well, that was a major shift in moving games. So I knew there's some things that, this is the beauty of writing it down and thinking about it. If you're just going to do websites and you want to do big business, then you're in the wrong game regardless of how good your belief is, right? Because it's very hard to scale. So that's why I decided to move into this more digital marketing services stuff, which is SEO and retainers, because I saw that was, people were doing that there. There were companies out there. The market's big enough. And, I'm working on the beliefs too. So that's, an example of mine now. How much better would my life be with, these beliefs? Well, so how much better my life would be? Well, I wouldn't have to work as hard, because I feel like right now I really, work hard, and I can't work any harder. It's impossible to do. So I need to make a change and, play in a bigger game and make use of other people like staff. And when I do that, I'll actually have more free time, and I'll be, able to exercise and, be healthy and be more relaxed. So that's how that's one of my current limiting beliefs, and that's how I paint the picture of how much better life would be if I had that belief that you could do bigger business, like 10 million to 100 million business. Life would be better. Does that make sense? Or so is everyone done with that one? Cool. So now we'll just do, for 3-4 minutes, just list some beliefs that you think are holding you back. So we've covered money, like the world happens to you, or I'm not good enough, fear of rejection, fear of failure, fear of talking to strangers. What ones do you think you have? Just write them down. Does anyone want to share one of theirs? You don't have to if you don't want to.
I'm dyslexic, so I struggle with writing on the laptop, computers. And so one of my limiting beliefs is I need my business partner to do the writing for me, and I dictate to her. And so that's a limiting belief. And I know I can actually write pretty good, so I don't have to. That's one thing. Sometimes I have him do emails for me. I dictate him, but that's wasting time. So.
Do you think you can change that using the process we talked about?
Yeah.
Anyone else got something?
I have one. It's kind of particular to what everyone has. Having customers and clients, so I think customers will leave me because they don't have the best products or solutions. So fear of interesting customers.
So that's kind of a fear that you're not good enough, is it? Good enough to keep customers?
I think so, because when I first wrote it down, I said lead me, but it's really like lead my business, right? It's kind of interesting. That's how it came out.
What did you grade yourself as for knowledge on products and services?
Pretty low.
Okay, yeah. So that's the cool thing about this is if we can pull that up and then put in some practice to. So tomorrow, if we cover all of this in detail, we strengthen your knowledge on these things, and then we create some new empowering beliefs. That's how we can probably fix that kink in your armor at the moment. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it also has to do with like my SaaS product. So, yeah.
All right, you go on?
Yeah, so I have a fear of being the sneaky sales guy when I ask for a sale.
Yeah.
I want to be kind of the good guy and be like, I'm not here to put your money, but that's this.
Just think about in every movie, right, that car sales guy. Like, he's wearing, like, this mustard checked jacket, and he's got, like, greasy, slicked back hair, and, like, he's, selling a car that, could hardly be towed out of the yard to this poor, innocent family, like, why? It's another thing that society does. Like, salespeople are bad. Like, that's just what they say. And it's true if the guy is selling something that's bad, right? Like, if you're selling something that you know is faulty, then you are a sleazy sales guy, But provided what you're selling is actually, good, and it actually helps people, then, that's how you sort of have it. How many deals have you got so far? Okay. So that's a belief that really strengthens when you see results for your clients, It's something that you should practice in your imagination, like imagining results for others, seeing other guys here get results for their clients. That's how you'd help that belief. But you can't expect it to fully go away until you've seen it happen yourself. A good way to counter that is offer a guarantee. Like if you're unsure and you say, well, if it doesn't work out, I'll give you your money back. It helps, because you're not really the sleazy sales guy selling the car that can't go out. It definitely doesn't do that. You know what I mean? So if you offer a guarantee, it's a good way to feel good, because if you don't deliver the value, that there's no hard feelings. Yeah.
I look hiring like somebody who ends up just kind of ruining your business. Like you hire someone to be like a project manager, and they like go AWOL or just like send a bunch of nasty notes to your clients and like hurt your business in some way as you're trying to grow it. So you say not being able to trust other people with your business as you grow. Basically.
How do you think you came up with that? How do you think that exists?
When I grew up with, I grew up in a family where we had family businesses, and we worked south side of Chicago, and there's a lot of shady people there that we ended up having to hire from, and a lot of them ended up doing things like that, trying to sue us, all sorts of things like that. And then I had a bad business partner who, basically hurt my reputation. I had to start over with that. So fortunately, I've had a lot of physical evidence happen to me that has reinforced that as almost like a reality as opposed to a belief for me where I am. So it's like, how do I get past not just trusting myself and growing beyond that and trusting people who aren't going to screw things up and then have to start over again. That's really a pretty hard one I've had.
Yeah, but so long as you know it can be done, right?
It can be done.
Yeah.
They're not all bad, but when it's bad, it's bad.
Yeah. So, it only takes once, but it sounds like it happened a few times, which makes the belief a bit worse. But, so long as you know that that's restricting you, because one-man business, I know, like, it's pretty much impossible as one man to make 7 figures. Like it's almost impossible, and if you do make it, you're going to be very burnt out. So, if you want to keep that belief, that's forever going to be your limiter, You're not going to be able to go past there, and you're always going to be the one that's having to do the work. So there's massive pain for you to hold on to that, and that's what you should think about. But if you're able to let go of that, there's a lot of benefit, So Oh, we kind of did this. We're a bit low. Does anyone want to have, like, does anyone not know if they have a limiting belief and want to come up and be interrogated?
I'll do it.
You'll do it, all right. But do you know something that's holding you back?
No, I think my beliefs are pretty strong. I have
Okay.
good goals and I usually accomplish them. I'll fail many times, but I'll know that I can get it.
So what's the problem?
There's no problem. If you want to interrogate me,
Oh,
there's
okay.
no problem.
Well, I thought maybe you feel like something. So, well, I probably didn't explain it well enough. If you feel like something's holding you back in your business, but you don't know what it is, you can't figure it out.
If anything, it would be my beliefs, but I believe what I'm doing is going to get me what I want. So I'm good.
Okay. You do? You can just sit there because you're up the front. What is it?
You know, I get the goals of, so I'm in school full time, so I wake up at like 5 a.m. to work on this in the morning, and then after school. But many times I actually I fail to, like I wake up, but then I don't know, I squander, you know. I do like 1 or 2 video critiques, then I get pulled in like something like market research or like something that I think is useful at the time, but actually it's not it's useless to do it now. You know, it's not,
So, it's just at a guess. It sounds like you're a bit too comfortable with like your current situation. Like, is it quite comfortable? Like, you don't really need to do it to move forward or to get yourself. Like, do you feel real uncomfortable now, or do you feel kind of satisfied?
No, I do. I feel kind of
Uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's good, because often if you go to do something, you get distracted. It's because sometimes you might be, happy with where you're at, but only want to get better a little bit. You know what I mean? So that's the next piece in this, because that's a big one. And I've had that. I'm like the guiltiest person for this next one, so that'll be good. All right, how can we? Well,
sometimes I can't wake up. Like I can't. And I the night before I do the visualization. I listen to my recording, and it's like I do everything right, but then I cannot wake up in the morning. I have like my subconscious mind in the morning just like hit the snooze button and just sleep. Put it far from the bed. I do it too. Then I don't know.
So, I mean, how much time does school take up?
Like 8 hours a day.
8 hours, wow. Okay. So, you are genuinely tired. Like, that's one thing. It's not just mindset, because a lot of people, like if you've got to do 8 hours and then focus on this, it's hard,
Yeah. Something I struggle with is like, should I, push and just like get like 5 or 6 hours of sleep and just like, try. This is something I don't know if some of you have feedback, like, would you like, kind of neglect your health and to try to make it happen or what?
You generally don't want to neglect your health.
I wouldn't recommend that. No. I think if your goal's not big enough, it's going to be really hard to be motivated to achieve it. It just sounds like you're not very tied to your motivation.
Or you haven't clearly prioritized what you want between school and this. You can't do everything at once.
One thing that I think is like, how bad you want it. Always, like, are you kind of fence-sitting with school in this, or like, what school is that? College?
Yeah, like a master's degree.
Oh, a master's degree. Okay.
And I'm almost finished now.
Yeah, so you may as well finish it. Because I remember when I started out in entrepreneurship, I was still at college, and it's hard to do both, Like, So I don't think you should be too hard on yourself. You know, like, you should still keep doing what you're doing, but it sounds, I would either say, you know, you're a bit too burnt out after doing the master's thing, or, so it's either that, or you're a bit too comfortable with where you're at right now. Like, you know, you're not going to starve, you don't have bills coming in, you know what I mean? You can kind of coast, you can afford to. And when you can afford to, you like always do. Like, it's like some people, you know, people do their best work when they're in serious danger. Like, So we'll see if, like, we'll come back to it at the end, but this next thing might, you know, might help, which is, you know, about this whole comfort thing. So this next piece is like your own personal standards. And it's, you know, it's all to do with what I was kind of talking about before. Like, some guys, you know, like my personal standards were, they start off with, I'll be lucky if I can work on a farm, then, you know, make $100,000, and, you know, they're just standards you set for yourself, and they really limit what, you know, what you're going to do. And I remember I talked about Elon Musk, and I do believe that he, you know, his standards are like, he wants to change the world and stuff, but I've also heard him talk about money, and like, you'll see it in that interview that I showed you before. The way he talks about money, he says stuff like, raising $1 million is just it's just as easy as making a phone call. And like, the way he talks about stuff and about money, it's like $1 million is just how he would talk about $1 million like I would talk about, you know, like 10,000. Like, he definitely has some different standards when it comes to money. And this is what this topic's all about. So your standards are what you will not tolerate less than in your life. They're the musts you choose to live up to, and you will not accept anything else. So, you know, some people will say, like successful people, they might say, I will not have less than $1 million in the bank at all times. It's like their panic number. If they go below $1 million, it's like all of a sudden just they're freaking out, and they will do whatever it takes to get back there. And you know, I know these numbers for myself in my own bank account. Back when I was, you know, starting out, it was like $1,000. Like, and then you always have these numbers, and I think those numbers are what your standards are. Like, whenever you go below it, all of a sudden you just like there's a fire lit beneath you to just get back to that comfort zone, right? And you know, low standards are the people that say, you know, I'm just happy making 50 grand a year. If someone says that and that's, you know, their standard, then that's just what they're going to do. And, you know, you'll always work to meet your standards, but the problem is most of the time they're set way too low. So, like I said, I set the goal at 100,000. It took, you know, a year to get there, and I got it. I changed the next one. It's never, to be honest, it's always this. Sometimes it's easier to achieve. It was probably easier to go from 100 to 500 than it was to go from 0 to 100. So like, and it was done in a shorter time frame. And, you know, from 500 to 1 million was easier again. So like, I think people, when they set their standards too low, they really hurt themselves, you know. So
10 million is going to be a breeze.
Yeah. Well, I said it here, right? And we've got to see what happens now.
Doesn't that kind of work against you too if you're trying to scale? Because then you'd have to say to yourself, I want to take that $1 million and invest it to buy a new business or expand. But then you're like, well, that's my panic number. So how would you rationalize?
So I think so it's easy to visualize a comfort thing by a number in the bank, right? But the way you should look at it is income, not number in the bank. Because, for example, if the business needs $1 million for a very good, like almost guaranteed opportunity, but you won't let yourself go below a panic number, that's bad, right? So you should base it on income, not really on number in the bank. But it's easy to identify what your panic number is by the number in your bank, because almost everyone has one of those. And I remember, like, all of mine, like, as soon as it went below that number, I'd be like back into gear, you know? And it's just like a thermostat. So this is like how I can kind of describe it. So let's say you're in this room and we set the thermostat to 25 degrees, and it's going to heat up to 25 degrees. Then it will turn off when it hits that, and then if someone opens the window, it drops down again in temperature. The boiler's going to kick back in and bring it back up, but it's never going above that because that's what it's set at. Does that make sense? And that's kind of like your standards, is like your thermostat. Regardless of, if you keep the heater on or if you put more boilers in or anything, it's still going to stay at that temperature. Do you have a question?
So what were your numbers and how did you increase them and what kind of led you to increase the panic numbers for yourself?
So when I was at school, I think it was like $100. So that was like a good amount because you could buy beers and it was enough money for the lunch shop. And, you're almost kind of a little bit rich with $100 back at school. So that was like my number. And then in university, it was probably 1,000. And then in business, it was kind of about 50. And then, 100. And then, it kept going up. So it's, whatever I set it as, whatever I imagine in my mind is like always what it is. You know what I mean? And that's what I'm talking about. I think big jumps can be made instead of such incremental ones. So another way to describe this is, like a speed governor. So does everyone know what a governor is in a car? So like you could have a Ferrari with like 700 horsepower and all the technology in the world. It's capable of like anything. But if you put a governor in it, it's not going above like 60 miles an hour. It's going to stay there. And that's exactly what your standards are. So these are like real powerful things. So a little exercise is to set, what do you think your standards are right now? So, what is that panic number? What is that financial must like right now? I think I actually made a mistake here, and I think it's supposed to say I will not accept any less than. So ignore the wording. So now, your standards exercise. So the next one is, what your number should be. So I've given this a lot of thought, and if your standard is below 1 million, then I think it's too low. Like that sort of number, like these days, to make 1 million. So I'm not talking about like this year, like it's not immediate, but I think your standard should be at that level. I think if you set, money's inflating all the time, and $1 million today isn't what it was a while ago. And I think setting your standards at $100,000 is really handicaps you, because if you think about selling retainers that are $2,000 a month, it's $24,000 a year. That's like 4, like that's a very, very, very low standard. And so I think, in the business that we're in, which, we all know what that is, and I think from personal experience, I think that, your new standard should be at the very least like $1 million. I don't think you should settle for anything less than that. Did anyone write less than that? Good. Because 6 figures is like everyone's goal out there, right? Like, or maybe it's not everyone's, but it's used a lot, but it's really not enough. It's not enough to really live like a massive lifestyle. I mean, like houses these days they start at like $1 million. Well, they do in New Zealand, and that's a tiny little country. And then if you want to have a family, and you want to send them to a good school and everything, like 6 figures is not enough. Like, I think everyone should have the standard of $1 million. And they should really get used to telling themselves that. So it might be hard to believe at first, but that's what you should start telling yourself. Like, you...
What number we're talking about here? Is it profit or asset at the bank or revenue or 1 million when you say, are you talking about like 1 million?
So I'm talking like annual revenue. Yeah.
Sales, not profit.
Sales, we'll just call it sales. I mean, profit would be better. But we'll just call it sales because that's what I've always used in terms of numbers is sales, you know. So how do you feel about setting that as a standard? Like if you're, I know it's going to take a lot of work, but if you leave here, like, do you feel like that's a good base standard?
A pushback that comes back in my mind when I try to set it at $1 million is like, what if you have standards that go beyond financial? Like, what if you have a standard for working, you know, having a certain amount of free time in your life, like being able to spend time with friends and family, like other things you might value equally with money?
Yeah. So I honestly think that, like, 7 figures is like less work than 6. Like, because all of a sudden you have other people and you're not the guy. And you know what I mean? I think that people, there's a whole big thing in like entrepreneurship and everything about like pretty much people create their own jobs, you know? Like, we've got to remember how tiny $1 million is, like in the business world, right? It really is tiny. If you annual sales, $1 million is minute. So it's not like we're really setting the bar high here. I'm just saying, if your standards are more than this, don't make them $1 million. Keep them at like what they are, but no one should have any standards below that. Because this is possible, and you know, there's a lot of people out there making that, and I think at $1 million you actually have more free time, and you know, you're actually free to do more things than when you're doing 6 figures. And I don't think 6 figures is enough. Any questions?
As you set the number, do you kind of have in your mind a rough profit margin of like 50% or something like that?
So generally I'm thinking 60 or 70. Yeah.
I'm not sure whether you'll cover it later. I remember you mentioned that when you're starting out, it's better to start with website deals, and like before you move on to like retainer. Do you still feel the same, or now that knowing what you know, you feel you can start right away with retainer?
I still think you should, but like what we're talking about here with standards is like you see selling the one-off website as the gateway to the next things. You know what I mean? So when you set your standard like that, it doesn't mean that you just stop selling websites or anything like that. If you're just starting, that's still going to be how you're going to get your start. But so long as that's like your vision and that's where you intend to be. Because these numbers that people set for themselves, they really work, you know. Every time I've written on that damn goal sheet for the end of the year, I've always got it. And my only regret is not putting a bigger one. So that's why, like, you know, in knowing that, like, I want to make sure you guys don't limit it too low. Because whatever I've written on those sheets is always what's happened, you know. And I just, you know, I wish I'd written bigger things. Because even the things I thought were crazy at the time, like a Porsche or something, and I was like, oh, this will never happen. But I just write it down for the hell of it, you know. Like it happened and faster than I thought, and you know, you're like, oh my God, like this. What you write down is really powerful, and you shouldn't. That was me stretching it, and I should have stretched it way further, you know?
I just keep relating it back to the monthly mail. That's a shitload of monthly mail.
Yeah, so, I mean, we'll talk about it tomorrow, like, and you'll see, if I break it down, like, you'll see how achievable it is. But on the old CFC model, like, it is a lot, yeah. Like, this was never done on the old CFC model. I pretty much maxed that thing out at 30 to 40 a month. Yeah, and that was really maxing out, like stretching the seams, you know? Yeah. So that's what we're going to talk about tomorrow. Like, there has to be a shift in the game that's being played as well, not just the belief. Yeah. So if your standards are not where you want them to be, then the answer is to take where you're at right now and associate it to like absolute pain. Because you are where you are because you're not linking enough pain to it. So the first time so I set my goal at 100 grand. When I first made 100 grand, I think I took like a 3-month vacation and was just coasting. And then, you know, the business sort of got hurt a bit because I wasn't, and then I sort of dipped a little bit below and I panicked and got back there and, you know, got it back. And I was like, I see what's happened here, so I'm going to set like a new one. And then the first time, you know, I got to 500, I coasted again. And I was just like, you know, just out partying and, you know, and it was, you know, it's because of this pain thing. Then as you neglect the business a little bit, or you spend less time working or moving forward, then you dips back a bit and you kick into gear again. And that's what I was talking about with you. Like, a lot of the time, like, you won't take action because the situation you're in right now just isn't painful enough. So a real good quote I read somewhere was, "Has your safety net become your worst enemy?"
Or another one Stephen Colbert likes to say is what does the safety net become a hammock?
Mm. So like a lot of corporate guys, when they've worked up and they're on $500,000 salary with stock options, like, it's so, like, how do you leave that? You know, like, it's become like, it's awesome. It's like the golden handcuffs, they call it.
This is my biggest challenge right now. I mean, I don't have $500,000 stock option, but it's not like if I don't work hard enough, I won't pay the rent. It's not that situation right now. I have negative cash flow, but I worked for 14 years, so I have enough cash cushion to kind of survive for a few months. That kind of, even though it's a pretty bad situation, you're kind of going down, down, down. Still, it's kind of a difficult mindset too.
Yeah. So what you've got to do is, like, really link the current situation to being very bad. Like, link it to pain. And then that's when, you know, you can really go to the next threshold. And you want to make sure you're consistently doing that. So yeah, this is you know, what I told you about, 100K, then until I fell back and then kicked into gear again, and then $1 million. And then, you know, recently I purchased a boat, like a really expensive boat. And it was like a shitload of money. It was like 700 grand. And then, you know, a berth costs 150, and then it burns $350 worth of gas an hour. So all of a sudden, I went into like panic. I was like, holy shit, like, what have I done? And that's probably why you saw November as like just all of a sudden there was like all of the stuff like for sale and like, you know, launching things and like, because all of a sudden I was like, I need to get back to work, you know, like I'm in my uncomfortable zone. And so this is not a good way to deal with being in a comfort point, but it is something, it's like an example to show you like what happens, because, you know, I'd become used to the number in my account and the number of like my monthly expenses. I know exactly what my monthly expenses are. And by the time you add insurance, the boat, upkeep and everything, and then when I took that chunk out, like, I wasn't comfortable with that. And so I kicked into gear and, you know, did probably more work in November than I did in the past 4. Like, you know, I launched a product, launched like 2 other things, did this conference thing, like sold more clients, like just insane amount of work. And that's the power of when, you know, when you go into that sort of zone. So, quick exercise. What income levels have you decided to coast at? So this is like, I remember it was with me, if I just landed sort of 2 10K deals a month, I'd just kind of float. So the second I hit 2, I was like just chilled out. And if I had none, I was like working hard, and then the income would spike back up, and, you know, like, this is the standards thing. Like, this is, if you've ever coasted at a level, or if you've ever not been like motivated enough to step up to the next one, it's all to do with like standards and what standards you set for yourself. So quick exercise, just write down your coasting one and then write down your panicking one. And then the best way to do this is to like use, you know, absolute pain and then absolute pleasure to sort of set your standards. So if you think, you know, think about what would be the absolute most painful thing that could happen in your life. Like, if you've got a family, it's probably to do with, you know, looking after your kids or your partner, or you know, just what is that? What is like absolute pain?
Saying like it's not okay, like this coasting and stuff, saying oh it's going to get better and things like that, like panic, like you really need to freak yourself out about this stuff.
Yeah. Well, like, so for me, like, I know that I need like a lot of money to just be even remotely happy, which might not be a good way to like live life, but that's just like me, you know, and I know that's true about myself. So, like, you know, I need at the very least 1 million. I know that now. Like, just to be even to just smile, like that would be the absolute, like, you know, I need, and I'm trying to lift that number, you know. So, you know, I think more about like, if I want to fully retire my family, so that's something I really want to do, and you know that's going to take a lot of money, and that, and so like, you know, I've promised them that I'm going to do that, and I've like made verbal commitments to people, and you know, like I've put myself out there now and like talked this up and said I'm going to do it. So going back on that now is like massive. It makes me feel like I've failed, you know.
So what do you mean retire your family? Like make it where they don't have to work anymore? Like
Yeah, so both my parents still work, and my dad's like 65 and he still does building, and I've figured out a way to like retire them, and you know look after them and you know just make them, you know, give them what they want. And the reason I like that is because it's really like, it would bring a lot of pleasure, but I've also put myself on the line now. I have to do it. Like, I have to make that much money. And
you're not going to sell the boat.
Hmm?
You're not going to sell the boat.
Well, that's part of the plan. So the way my dad's dream's always been to run a charter business. Yeah. So, and when you run a charter business, all of a sudden the boat's tax deductible. Yeah. So it's a way to kill like a few birds with one stone. And yeah, so it's all part of my plan, like right now, what I'm trying to do. And, you know, I've set dates with them and stuff, and because it's not so much just about giving them money and saying, like, here you go, because they'll be bored out of their brains. You know, they're going to want to do something. And so, you know, I put myself on the line with them, and I also say things to, you know, to myself, and you know that put me on the line to do things, and also like it's quite hard to describe this, but you've got to sort of set yourself up like that. If you don't do what you've got in your plan, then you're going to feel real bad, and it's a really good thing to do, like provided that you know you're doing good things, you know what I mean? Because in this plan, if I'll be happy and I will have done a good thing for my family, you know what I mean? So it's a good thing to do it. It's a good reason to be working hard, you know? Is anyone having trouble with it? Like associating right now to...
Well, when you put your absolute pain, that brings me back to a very low standard. Like my absolute pain would be just to be able to provide my, just to be able to survive with my family. That they would not be able to eat and have a lodging and so on. So it's not a high standard. So then, do you make that absolute pain?
So we're going to link that to like where you're at right now.
Oh, so we're going to do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, like, if I stay earning what I'm earning like right now, that equals massive pain. You know what I mean?
Okay.
But I'm not happy with the standard right now. Like, I want to seriously lift it. It's really hard to describe. I'm trying to think of ways to make it clear.
How did you do that when you were at lower levels? I mean, so you were at 100K and you said you'd coast, you know?
Mm-hmm.
How did you associate pain with your current situation when, I mean, you know that compared to being a farmer, I mean, 100 grand a year is awesome. I mean, like, you've already arrived at a level that's pretty much top 98%. I mean, so how did you associate pain at your different points to move up from 100 to 500K? I'm not sure you said that. I don't think I got that.
Sure. So, I mean, like, I felt like working every day was like ultimate pain. Like, that was pain. And I knew that if I stayed at the income level I was at right now, that I couldn't live where I wanted to live, I couldn't do what I wanted to do, and, I definitely couldn't, like, have a family or anything like that. Like, and I couldn't help my family or do anything like that, Okay. So
the first way to break through the seven-figure barrier is to say, I'm not happy unless the business can, for the most part, has other people doing things that I can trust and step away from it.
yeah, well, like, you should set your, where you're at right now, you basically want to somehow convince yourself that if you stay here, then you're going to have it's going to be ultimate pain. You know what I mean? Pardon?
You're going to die.
Yeah, well, there might be some situations where that happens for some people. Like, what's that movie? The Pursuit of Happiness. Do you remember that one? When he was like living in the streets and stuff?
Yeah, sleeping in the bathroom.
But I guess why I can't describe this so clearly is because I still haven't quite mastered it, like myself, Like, this is like you said, this is like your problem, like you said, this is your problem. This is like, after you've cracked 6 figures, this is the beast. Like, this is the hard thing. And I think once you can slay this, like, you skyrocket. So this is like the next plateau, and that's why, my limiting beliefs are all about this sort of stuff. Like, I need to be in investment banking, or live in New York, or, things like this, have an MBA, raise capital, do an IPO, things like that. So the next step is to write down, like, what you consider to be absolute pleasure in all areas of your life. And then you should set some new standards, like things that you will not accept any less than in these areas. So income, personal free time to spend with family or friends, or, set your standards. Time's a big one, because if you set 2 standards, one income and one time, then it's real, like, it's a big thing to conquer because you're basically saying, I want to do less and make more, which is like the ultimate goal to have, right? So you don't necessarily want to, like, say, you know, I want to double my income and work twice as hard because it's not worth it. So I'm trying to make my standards right now $1 million a month. Like, that's what I'm trying to make mine. That's what I'm trying to say, like, in my goals and everything like that. And it sounds quite possible when you work out it's only about 500 retainer clients. But there's companies out there that have a whole lot more than that. Even in New Zealand, with 4 million people, there's 500,000 small and medium businesses, right? 500,000, you know, like this. It's a lot. And my country's tiny. I think America starts that many new companies a month. Like.
And when you start to hear the marketing budgets for some companies, your mind explodes.
Yeah.
Some companies that I know of are spending, you know, $100 million per year annually on marketing, on what we do.
Well, I've run into people now that actually spend 80 to 100 grand a month on AdWords budget. Yeah. So, and to be honest, they're nowhere near as big as like the corporates and stuff. These are still privately owned, like 12-person businesses, you know. Like standards, you want to set them high, like not too high. Like you don't want to say like, you know, $1 billion a month or something, because that, you know, you might have problems with that. But I think that the absolute lowest should be $1 million a year, and you know, I think that's what you should set your standards here, because it's just like that thermostat. You're going to work hard. If you it'll take a while to truly convince yourself that you need $1 million a year to live. But when you start looking at the lifestyle on that one, so if you look at the house you could afford, if you look at all these different things, then you can quickly work out that that's how much you need. You know what I mean? You kind of got to detail it all. Yeah.
We're not trying to set our goals for next year, right?
No, we're trying to set our standards. So you should honestly believe that you need to make $1 million a year, like to live properly and to get happiness. You know what I mean? Sounds a bit sick, doesn't it?
What are the time standards that you recommend you setting for yourself? Like an absolute.
So that's when we'll probably move into goals. So this isn't so much goals. This is more like just standards, you know?
So like a standard, I know you said that you don't want to work as much. So like.
Oh, the time. Okay,
like
okay.
How much time?
So I don't want to work any longer than 9 till 5, Monday to Friday. I think that's. I'd be not that happy if I didn't work that much, but you know, that's how much I'd want to work.
So otherwise you shouldn't have to work evenings, weekends, things
No.
like that.
And like my mentor, he wakes up, like goes for a run, like feeds the dog, and then he's there with his sons before they go to school. He walks them to school. Then he leaves at like 9:30 to go to the office, and he's there at like 4:30 when they get home from school. And he's like, he never works on weekends, and his phone's off. Yeah, and he's worth 600 million. So.
What does he do?
So investing. So he does roll-ups, which is like buying a whole bunch of companies and rolling them into one, and then selling them. And right now he's trying to do a hostile takeover of another company. Yeah, so it's a different sort of game than this. But
I had a question. So if you set your standard at, let's say, $1 million per year in sales, and your second standard is to only work 5 hours a day, should you start out working 5 hours a day and try to get to $1 million, or try to get to $1 million first then?
no, you should work hard. Like, that should be your goal. You know what I mean? Like, these things they're kind of different. Like, standards is like what you truly believe, and your goals are like what you're actually going to do. You know what I mean? Because I've never made an amount of money if I first didn't fully believe that I could take it. Like, you know what I mean? So never made 100 grand until 100 grand wasn't like enough. You know what I mean? And then 1 million, like, it wasn't until I was talking about 1 million like it was nothing that like it actually came. You know what I mean? You kind of got to set that as the standard. Because when it becomes like the standard, all of a sudden it just turns into like what 100 grand used to be. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Is it freaking anyone out? So, any questions? This one? And standards just doesn't have to be money, by the way. I know I've just been talking about money, but it's like free time, you know, like freedom, happiness, worry. Money is important, and I think you should set it at 1 million. But, you know, it's also, you've got to have it other things too.
When me and my partner first started, we both took Fridays off as a big thing for us, like Fridays and weekends. And we made it work like the first year, but the last 2 years we've been having to work like Fridays and the weekends, and it's not as fun anymore. So I can see it's a big thing for us now, is to outsource stuff and get back to the 4-day work week. Where you just have a lot more, you know, time, and it's a lot, you get a lot more work done too, because you're happier, you know, like you're refreshed by next Monday.
So working the weekends definitely isn't a... Like I'm a big believer that you should have at least 1 day off, you know, because otherwise you get burnt out. So I'm really guilty of this stuff. Like, sometimes I'll work real hard and fool myself thinking that I'm like winning, and then I'll like literally crash, and I'll just have 3 days just off. Like, or I just sleep for like 17 hours or something. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's much better to just work consistently and have specific cut-off times. But I think one of the best things you can do is set cut-off times, because you do work harder. So like, for example, with November, like, I had to pay the sales tax and everything on the boat, so, which was, again, another sick number, like 20% of the boat, just to free it. So, like, you know, I set these goals, and, you know, it's amazing what you can do if you set a time frame. You know what I mean? And if you truly, like, the position I'd got myself in was that I'd become used to thinking that, you know, that's my new lifestyle, that's what I want, that's what I need. And then if I didn't get that, or wasn't, and then I didn't have the same number in the bank and didn't feel comfortable, then I was in a lot of pain, right? And that kicked me into working a lot. So I guess the best breakthrough I could have is finding out how I could work as hard as I did in November without having to keep buying boats. Like, that would be, because guys like Elon Musk and stuff, right? Like you said it before, they've got so much money. So why do they keep going? They definitely have conquered this sort of stuff.
Don't buy like a $400 million yacht.
Yeah. Oh, I know it's a good problem. Any questions?
I think one of the things with Elon Musk and LeBron James and other people like that, they're obsessed with being the best. They're obsessed with a bigger goal than just money.
Yeah.
And I think that obsession is what drives them. Like, money just becomes a tool for them, like easily accessible tool.
Yeah, so definitely, like, I mean, Elon Musk wants to change the world, right?
Yeah.
And LeBron James wants to be the better basketball player than Michael Jordan. He wants to be the greatest. Like, so you're right, they do have a bigger vision. And that is actually, I'm pretty sure, our next thing. Yeah. So this is the thing I've found that this is probably the missing piece that I've had. So if I made any mistake this year, it's been vision and focus. That's probably my biggest mistake. So setting goals all the time, they have like an end date. It's like a destination, and like you work hard, you get there, and then you coast, and then you get unsatisfied again, you work again, and it's definitely not what LeBron James and them have, you know what I mean? They've got a big vision and their focus is on something bigger than just the money. And I think that's kind of what I've missed. I've just looked at annual goals in terms of sales and revenue, or time off, or physical possessions like a car or something. And when I've set those things, I mean, it still works. You can like obtain them, but it's not like a good way to live life, because when you get it, it's not as good as you thought, and then you want something better, and then you're constantly having these problems I've been talking about. But if you set like a clear vision for like the rest of your life, like something like Steve Jobs did, or something that Elon Musk did, like I think this is like the big thing. And then focus is, like when I come into work each day, and like the biggest thing I think I'm worried about, the thing that causes the most uncertainty with me is, like, am I working towards the right vision? Because it makes me second guess whether I should do any task or anything, right? So this is what I think I've missed, and this is quite powerful. So if you have a strong enough why, you'll always find your how. So focus, especially in business, is the most crucial part of the process to creating wealth. Your ability to look beyond your current situation to your final outcome will determine whether or not you are successful. So like some of the greatest obstacles in life are not the challenges themselves, but your response to them. If you pay attention to the damaging effects of a situation rather than what you can learn from it, you are missing out on tremendous opportunity for massive growth. So like up until today, what do you think has been your vision and focus? Like, it might not even be like consulting. Consulting might have been a thing that you saw as a vehicle to get to something else, or like, what has been your vision and focus? And are you caught up in the day-to-day or concentrating on a bigger vision? So I've said that, vision is the level above goals. So I've always been a real goal-oriented person and set goals and just gone ruthlessly after them. But, hit plateaus, coasted, and, had this stuff, and trying to figure out how to go to the next level. And I'm sure it is vision. So your goals become benchmarks along the way, but how you see your future, how you see yourself, or how you see your family goes far beyond a goal. So, like, I've always thought short term, like 1, 2, 3 years. I think, what I've been missing is viewing like a massive vision and getting there. So who has a vision, like a big vision? Who thinks they got a strong one? What's your one?
I just knew since I was like, early teenager that being a business owner, and I wanted to, I didn't even know what like venture capital was or private equity, but I wanted to buy businesses and improve them and buy more and like build up an empire.
Mm-hmm.
So I've always had that since I was like a teenager, and now like I'm into business, and now I'm saying that, okay, look, I do this, and it is a real thing. So I've always kind of had that goal, and then to own my own island by the time I was 50. So that's been since I was like 13. So.
Cool. Well, that's good. And you see consulting as like one of the steps to get you there.
Yeah, because obviously buying the businesses, you need to know how to improve them. And so one way is obviously marketing and sales, learning how to do that, learning how to systemize a business, and then buying businesses and learning how to build them together to make like a little mini conflict. So.
Mm-hmm. So, I think when you keep your eye on like a compelling vision for the future, like every day is much more enjoyable, and you can get past the obstacles a lot. So one thing, like I've said, I think that's what I've been missing, and that's what's restricted me, and I think that has a lot to do with standards too. And when you keep your eye on a compelling vision, you don't coast when you hit your goals. So that's like the big thing I've talked about. And also when you do start to get a little bit more successful, like when you do make more than 6 figures or you're making 7, like opportunity starts to come like from all angles. There's this opportunity, like there's lots of deals. And one mistake I made was saying yes to too many of them, and it's really, really hurt my growth because there's just not enough time. And why I think a vision's so powerful is it can serve as like a decision framework to either say yes or no to all the things that pop up.
Have you felt the quality of the opportunities coming your way now has improved with your sort of higher standards and your increased income as well?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like the biggest ones that come are people wanting me to come in and help them with like their digital marketing, and the price tag's gone right up. But it's not scalable, you know what I mean? It's me working, and there's only so much of that.
So they want you, not your company?
Well, a lot of people want me, right? And what I'm trying to do is now move it to like the company. And with retainers, I see it as something that can be more, moved out. Whereas before it was a lot of me. So like I used to sell in my retainers, it used to say like training and call me whenever you want, and it was Sam Ovens, that was like the brand. That's what I was like selling, and a lot of those opportunities came, and they still do, but it's, there's also other things, like other startups want advice and everything, and, I started a shared office space this year. So I was like, oh, I'm going to start a shared office space. I got some spare money, I'll do that. And it was like the dumbest thing I ever did in my life. Because first of all, there was a huge outlay in buying furniture and everything. I think I spent like 60 grand. And then I had the admin of showing people it and letting them in, and then they would complain about shit, and I couldn't scale because there's only so many desks, and then and it was, when I looked at it, I was like, this is so dumb. This is not only have I spent lots of money, but these people are asking for advice, and knocking on my door and stuff, and it was just a real bad decision. And I don't think I would have ever taken that opportunity if I had a clear vision, It wouldn't have fit with it. And I think it's so powerful to have a vision because you can just maintain such good focus day to day. And if something comes your way and if it doesn't fit with it, you're just like, no. If it doesn't match, the criteria of your vision, you can just say no. I know that Steve Jobs had this, he had a very clear focus. He'd just say no to everything and just focus on what he knew he had to do. And if you read that 0 to 1 book, has anyone read that? Yeah, that's an awesome book. You should write that down as one to read. It's probably the best one I've read this year. It's by Peter Thiel. And one of his philosophies is just focus. When they had, when they started Facebook, they didn't want to hear about anything else other than just users. They didn't care about making revenue or anything. That was their focus. So it's just any discussion that someone came to him with about making things profitable or doing this or doing that, just not talking about it. The only metric was users. And I think when you have such a clear focus like that, it just becomes really easy to go to work every day and do it because you know what to do.
So that's one of my big questions. You have Snap Inspect.
Exactly.
Info products, consulting, how do you, and there's a lot of people here that do the SaaS and the consulting, how do you keep that focus, or how do you decide what to focus on?
Yeah, well that's been my problem this year. So I'd the courses stuff, Snap Inspect, consulting, that shared office space, And, you know, it was...
Charter business.
Oh, yeah, like... Yeah, I decided to do like lots of other things as well. Not business things, but just projects. And I just felt like I couldn't do any one thing really well. Like, it's still been a good year, but I haven't got to work on what I know I should be working on, like, for any longer than 20%, because I've been distracted by other things. So next year, like, some of the things I've decided to do is, well, I've already cleared out the office. Like, I've just decided to pay the whole rent myself and just have it empty, like, just with the staff, because I don't want that distraction, and I'm willing to take, you know, lose the money to do that. Another one is I'm going to sacrifice, like, my salary from Snap Inspect and hire someone else to do my role there. So I'm going to have that off my plate. And the other one is I'm just going to, like, focus solely on the retainers thing. And that was another reason why I did all of this, like, in November, because I was like, you know, next year I'm going to try and just focus on, you know, this business. It's the only thing I want to do. So I want to, you know, go hard in November with this stuff and then focus. Yeah. Because I think if I just had my head down and was just on the retainers, like, just on that consulting business, it would, like, explode. And I know that, but I've made so many promises to like all these different things that's why I said.
One of the things that, again, this is just kind of a general point, is you said you've done all these other things and kind of taken side tracks and everything, is framing everything in, doing it over again, what would you do differently? And you're basically saying that you would focus solely on retainers and ignore almost all the other opportunities that come your way and just build momentum with that.
Yep.
How would you articulate your bigger vision at this point?
So I want to build, so the thing I've written down is I want to build, like, the next Yellow Pages for New Zealand. So Yellow Pages used to be just the go-to place for every small and medium business, like, when it comes to marketing. Like, I want to have that, the new one, which is going to be digital. So that's, all of a sudden, it's something that, like, makes me want to get out of bed. You know what I mean? Whereas before it was like juggling all these different things and where was it going, and you know what I mean? It felt exactly the same as how it felt when I was working a full-time job and doing part-time entrepreneurship, like sitting on that fence, and like it's indecision. And I think indecision is one of the, like, worst feelings out. Like, which one should I do? Like, it's.
At the same time, though, being a little bit scattered brought you onto some of this stuff, right? Like, you started consulting on the side and you realized, didn't that happen?
Yeah.
So you started Snap Inspect, but then needed cash flow, so you started consulting.
Yeah.
Which now...
Then figured out that, you know, there's more money in digital marketing than there is in property inspection software, by a long shot. Like, I didn't know that at the start. I started one to support the other. Like, you know, I make so much more in this than Snap Inspect now, you know.
That's just a counterpoint for the focus. Like, losing, if you were only focused on Snap Inspect, you would have never...
Exactly, yeah. Yeah. So it's like a mistake, but it's also like a good thing. But I just know that that's not the way to keep going, is doing this much stuff, right? And a lot of the time, like, if you read entrepreneurs' books and they say what their biggest regret, it's always that they did too much and spread themselves too thin.
Do you have an exit plan for Snap Inspect yet?
No, so I want to make sure it can continue to grow. I don't want to, like, hurt it. Again, it's like the golden handcuffs thing, you know? Like, it's a good company. It's way too good to shut down. But it's not good enough to get me what I want in life, like, later on down the track. So I feel guilty working in it. You know what I mean? And that doesn't, I'm not saying that software is bad. I'm just saying that particular market and that product and at that price point and with those margins and everything, I've done the math and it doesn't stack the way this one does. Yeah. Like, there is a lot of business out there for this stuff.
What are the pros and cons of focus?
the two different approaches, like Apple versus Google. Apple does focus on a few things, does that right. Google throws a lot of things at the wall and see what sticks. Either approach is okay, but I think in terms of overall strategy, what you want to do in life, you have some vision. Then how you're going to implement that, you can decide either approach, that's fine. As long as that is consistent with what is your ultimate vision for your life.
Mm. So Peter Thiel speaks about it a lot in his book. So he says, like, Google started off as a search engine, PPC, and then as soon as they got big, they thought, well, let's pick fights with everyone now. Like, let's build Google Docs and pick fights with Microsoft. And
Apple, Amazon.
so they got into devices, they got into everything, right? They picked fights with everyone. While they were fighting, all of those companies had a stall in their growth. And Apple overtook them all, right? Because it was just focusing on, and Thiel says it, and if there's anyone you should listen to in this world on business, like, that guy's pretty bloody smart. Like, the guys from PayPal was like Elon Musk. They've started PayPal, SpaceX, Yelp, Tesla, LinkedIn. Yeah, like more than $6 billion companies, those guys. And their philosophy is in that book, 0 to 1. And they have a massive focus. They have a massive thing about vision and focus. Like down to scary stuff, like when they were doing PayPal, the only thing they were focusing on was eBay power sellers, because they knew that was the best segment of the market. When they did Tesla, all they cared about was green conscious celebrities who wanted a performance electric car. Like, talk about focus, right? But they knew that if they took that, the dominoes would fall and they'd own the market. Whereas Toyota does something like just creates a Prius for really no one in particular, but it's green, and they're winning. And then PayPal took eBay power sellers, like, they're winning. Those guys are so smart, and that book is like, it's worth.
Narrowly define the market, dominate it, then expand.
Yeah.
Dominate it, then expand it further.
Mm.
So I think, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah. So, my biggest mistake, I'd say, vision, focus. So this is happiness, journeys, and destinations. So, happiness has more to do with where you're going than where you are right now. And in fact, it's not even a result of where you're actually going, it's where you think you're going. So that's why having a vision is so important. If you don't have a vision, you're not really happy, because you don't know if you're going the right way. Like, you just don't know. But if you have a vision, like, you don't know, but you think you are, and that makes you really satisfied. So, since I've done entrepreneurship, I've set lots of goals on things like destinations, right? Like income level, money in the bank, or car, or like apartment or something. And it's good, but it's not very fulfilling, because when you get it, you're just like, yeah. And I've found, like, the thing that makes you happiest is if you're heading in, like, a direction, like a big vision. So all of a sudden, when I say, if my goal was to make $1 million a year, or it's to create the new yellow pages for, like, New Zealand online, like, all of a sudden I feel so much more driven. You know what I mean? So if you think you're heading in the right direction, you're happy. And if you think you're heading away from your vision of the future, you're distressed. And life's not about hitting goals or destinations. It's about having big, meaningful, long-term vision and making progress towards it, the journey. Yeah. And I gave you some personal examples. So I've definitely experienced this. I think everyone puts in their goals list, like Ferrari or something, like, right? It's not, believe me, it's way cooler going to work knowing that you're making progress towards something big. Like, yeah, that's way more fun. Mm. And then, this answers your question before, I've also made these mistakes, like all of them. you can't neglect these things. So you should never let your vision or your goals or your plans, like, you can't neglect these things. So you were saying, like, do I let my health go to work an extra hour? Well, I've done that this year. Like, I've probably put on like 10 kilos and gotten fat, and have stopped working out and stuff, and for the sake of making extra money, and it's not really worth it. Because these things I find are like they're essential. If they're not in your vision, then you're not going to end up happy. So yeah, this is like my comeback from talking about making $1 million and sounding really disturbing about that. So yeah, my mentor example. So I used to set mentors like I remember my first mentor was, well, not my mentor, my person I looked up to was Gordon Gekko off the Wall Street. What a bad person to look up to, because he's like, he like went to jail and like did serious fraud and like was, and only cared about money. And then I figured out when I started hitting goals like making money and stuff, I was like, this isn't as great as I think. So that's when I shifted, and I was like, if I'm going to see someone as like someone who I want to be, I want them to be well-rounded. Because I've met lots of really wealthy guys, and some of them are like extremely unhappy. Yeah. So it's important to have these things, and that's why that's why with my current mentor, he has like my ideal lifestyle. Like, he looks after his family, looks after his health, and like he's a really nice guy, and he works decent hours and stuff. So you must make sure that your vision includes these things. So like next year, my one definitely includes, healthy food and exercise and things like that. I've made sure I put that in the vision, and I put that, it's worded in there, because if you neglect these things, it's not good. So this is the next step, just constructing the vision. What do you want to have? What do you want to be? What do you want to give? What do you want in your life? How will it feel? What will it give you? How will you celebrate? And make sure you include those things that you shouldn't neglect. So, I won't waste, well, it's not really wasting, but I won't spend too much time on this, but in order to have a really good vision, it's important to have detail, I think really, anything I've ever got, in my life, anything I've ever achieved, when I've had the goal, it's just not there, I really think about it. I can almost, if it was a car, which I'm not saying is a good goal to have, but I would look at them, and then I'd hear the sound, and I'd imagine myself driving it, and taking friends in it, and just crazy detail. And when you really do that, you get it, it works. So it's important for your vision. So there's elements that worked for me that we can take out and put into vision, and I think that's how I'd really explode my growth, is if it became less money and object oriented, and set a big long-term vision, and use a constructive imagination and all of those things to go after that big vision. Yeah.
So you'd recommend doing that from the start?
Yeah, absolutely, because it's like, now that I've done it, like, I really feel happy for next year, like, because I've looked at this year and it's, like, I've made some big jumps, but, like, I just know that I've made a lot of mistakes, you know what I mean? So it's not like it's been bad. I haven't, like, gone backwards. I've actually, like, more than doubled, but it's like, it's not happy work. Like, when you go in, I've got all these different businesses that are on my case. So when I used to get into the shared office, like, someone needs a key card, like, someone hasn't paid their rent. Then a company that I invested in, which was in there too, they were like, they needed help with all of this. And then Snap Inspect's got a bug, and so-and-so is happening, and then my day's gone. You know, like, I didn't get any time to make a step towards what I really wanted to do. And if I had, so the reason I think I took all of that on is because I didn't have a vision. If I did have a vision, those things wouldn't have fit with it, and it would have been very clear, and I would have just said no. Yeah.
It's important to, like, do you ever have more than one vision? For example, you talk about the Yellow Pages example. Obviously a very New Zealand focused vision, but then do you have a vision that's sort of a global vision for maybe 30 years down the track?
So I'm obsessed after reading Peter Thiel's book about monopolies, you know, and so, like, I really like them. And I, you know, that's what I look at with New Zealand is monopoly, and I really like the idea of that.
Have you thought about or considered expanding into like other countries? Like, okay, let's just say 20 years from now, you're Mr. New Zealand monopoly. Would you then just say,
oh, absolutely.
Australia looks great. I think I'm gonna go
yeah.
How can you be in monopoly doing retainers? Because then you're going to do retainer, you're going to do AdWords for two competitors in the same country, say 2 HVAC.
So, I don't mean monopoly in, like, the traditional sense, where, like, one oil company, like with Rockefeller's Standard Oil, like, owned it all. I mean more like, pardon?
Yellow Pages was a monopoly for years.
Yeah, yeah. So, like...
Yeah, but you could still have, I mean, they had a model where an HVAC could, you know, you could have 10 HVAC and they all paid for the premium ad. But here on retainers, if you manage all the AdWords, well, you're competing with each other.
Well, we've got I think 6 plumbing companies in the same city, and it's okay, like, because not every, with AdWords you can't serve someone impressions for every single time, like, they don't have that budget anyway, like, and then with SEO and stuff, it just, you know, as long as they're all on page 1, it's like, you can serve more than one person.
Do they know that?
Yeah.
And they're okay with that?
Well, when the top 3 plumbers on Google are your clients, then typically the other guys really want you to work with them. So, like, it actually works quite well. Yeah.
And like SEO is just kind of tough sometimes. Someone's like, I want to be #1 for that keyword, but we try to sell them on, it's a bunch of keywords. You want to be top 3, and then once you add in retargeting and like remarketing and like the autoresponder, they're doing pretty good then. So you're gonna get really good results. Even if they're like top 3 or top 5 now. So, but it's like it's all the whole package together. It's not just like focusing on one. Like you gotta get them off of the one keyword, you know, and making them one for the one result. So.
Yeah. Well, that's tomorrow's discussion. It's going to be very different. Like, today's kind of like all, you know, mindset sort of stuff. Tomorrow is going to be like facts, figures, you know, like products, strategies, like we're talking about. Yeah. So with a vision, it's really important to have the detail. So, you know, I'd say, like, if you're going to do anything after this, I'd really recommend building out the vision. Like, you should do that. Like, I'm still working on my one, and I think you should constantly be working on it, making it more sharp, making it, you know, adding more detail to it, because I don't think anything else makes you happier in life than making steps towards, like, this massive, fulfilling vision. And you know, I've always been about goals and I always hit them, but hasn't been that fulfilling. And the problem this year was saying yes to too many things because I had no framework to say yes or no to. So yeah, if you want to do a little bit of homework, build out that. Now, once you have the clear vision and detail written down, it's time to imagine it and see every piece of it. So, you know, it's not just about writing this stuff down, you've got to see it. So that's why it's called a vision, you know, it's got a lot of detail. So I'm sure when Steve Jobs did it and like Elon Musk did it and everything, like this had a whole bunch of detail. It wasn't just something written down. So, you know, things to work on with your vision is, you know, like the colors, where's the office situated, like something like that might sound not important, but it really helps. And it's often scary what happens with that stuff. Like if it's like you're driving around and you see an office and you could imagine your company in that office and these people in it and stuff, like that's really going to help build the detail of it. And it's scary how often that sort of stuff actually ends up happening. So ways to make it more detailed is like colors, locations. How do you look like when you're doing this vision, and how does it feel? Conversations with other people and what other people are saying about you. Build this mental image and just keep detailing it. And then, you know, the last, so I've always said with your mind, it's important to like have a vision and then detail it and imagine it, but then you have to, it's always important to associate emotion to it too, because your brain doesn't know it until it's got emotion tied to it. So, you know, feel the positive, you know, energy, feel the positive emotions that would happen if you achieve that vision. Go through your body and it will, you know, it will learn that. So this is another one so cutting negative forces. So, you know, one of the biggest things that distracts us from achieving our goals are negative forces. And there's, you know, things, there's people, you know, and it's important to get rid of these things. So there were people in my shared office that, like, almost like hated them. Like, I'd like talk about them at night and stuff and be like, oh, I hate that guy. And, duh. And then like, I was like, what the hell am I doing? Like, why did I make money and like, why did I start a business to like, I shouldn't have to put up with that and go to work at a place where like these people will make me not comfortable there, just for the sake of making the money, right? And that's when I decided, you know, I'm going to get rid of them. And so list 3 things you hate doing and, you know, list 3 things you love doing, and then list 3 people who bring negative energy to your life, and then 3 people who bring positive energy to your life. And then, if possible, cut the negatives and pull close to the positives. Hopefully the negative isn't your partner or something. So one thing I've learned this year as well is that it's like I'd take on money for like the shared office space was money, so I was like, it's good, and these people were paying money, and I wasn't happy, but because it was money, I'd just take it anyway. And it wasn't until I stopped and sort of did all of this sort of stuff that I realized what a stupid decision. You know, it's not always about the money. If you're not happy going to work in your own office and doing things, then sacrifice the money, you know what I mean? So kicking everyone out of my shared office space cost me like $5,000 a month in recurring revenue. So, you know, that's a lot of money. I'm pretty sure that's enough to buy a house in some places on like a mortgage, which is a fair bit to get rid of, but that's how important I think this sort of stuff is, you know? Like, And, you know, walking away from Snap Inspect, I have to give my salary to someone else so that they can work there. And, you know, that's, again, money. And then there's, you know, other things I've been doing that make money as well, but I'm kind of getting them off my plate because I see such value in focus. So, successful vision, I mean, you've got to think about it, write it down, add detail, imagine it with the associated positive emotion, and then, you know, sharing it with other people too. So I said that I'd shared it with, like, my parents. I told them this is what I'm going to do and got them involved, and, you know, share it with other people. It holds you accountable, kind of. It makes it more real. So I think it's really important if you share it with other people and you make sure that they're included in it too. If they're, you know, it's just not about you, it's about, you know, other people too, and they should be included in it, and it should fit with them too, you know. Your vision shouldn't, like if you've got a partner, you don't want your vision to make them unhappy because it's not going to be a good one, right? You know, cutting activities and things or people who don't fit with it, and, you know, use it as a framework to make decisions each day. So this is like I said, I'd say this is what's going to allow me to go to the next step is this stuff. So, you know, I'm pulling closer the people that really, like, I see value in, sort of getting rid of the people that bring me down and getting rid of the tasks and things and just focusing on one thing, and then having, like, a framework. So if some opportunity comes, like someone sends me an email, someone calls me or anything, if it doesn't fit with the vision, it's just a no. Yeah. And that's like up on the wall. And I think life would be quite simple then. This makes sense? Q&A time. Anyone got any questions?
So what if your vision, what if what you have to do now doesn't fit with your vision? So what if your vision is like, I don't know, startups or mentoring startups or helping startups, but you're doing consulting right now? How do you mesh that?
Yeah, so that's like, you need stepping stones, you know, and consulting, like I've always said, is a great way to make cash. And it's sharpen your skills and get behind closed doors of other companies and stuff. So if you want to mentor startups, well, you need to know you need to be able to help them, first of all, right? You probably need a little bit of experience and a bit of credibility. Well, you know, consulting's the perfect stepping stone to get that, right? And there's nothing wrong with that, because you can't just go to doing, like, you know, like if Elon Musk went out and just went and did Tesla right off the bat, I mean, yeah. He worked up too in massive jumps, which kind of freaked me out. But, like, he did still work up. He said it himself. You should watch that interview when you get home. Like, I started with a small table. I see business as poker. I started with a small table, and I've cashed in my chips, and now I'm moving to a bigger one. And he's just done that again and again and again. Yeah. Any other questions?
So as you've experienced these different levels of financial success, what are things outside of business that you've invested in that's led to, like, big returns in terms of just fulfillment for you?
Well, I did say that I'd neglected those sorts of things, which I learned was not good. So, well, it was more like, what didn't I do with that stuff? So, like, I didn't do exercise and didn't eat healthy food, and that wasn't good. So I learned that stuff's important. Because it makes it just life harder to do anything, right? You wake up in the morning, it's harder. You want to work harder, it's harder. Like, it's important to be healthy and you know, exercise. What other things? You're making sure that your vision and your plan incorporates those other things, you know, and that your goal isn't to work more. So my goal always used to be, how can I find an extra 4 hours? Now it's not. Like, it's the opposite. So it's like, I think it's important that you want to improve, but you also want to improve every area, you know? Did that even answer? Did that answer it?
Sort of. I mean, were there big changes you made to your personal life that you feel like were good decisions as you had access to more and more money?
So,
like, you know, meeting goals and buying different things, but that didn't make too much of a difference for you.
So, no, not really. I mean, I've bought the things that like I always wanted, you know, like. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's like good, but it's not. It's nowhere near as fulfilling as the progress. Yeah.
So, to move toward your vision, you probably need people.
Mm-hmm.
So, what would be your ideal team that you build?
Yeah.
You can't just contract everything.
Yeah. So, so what would be my ideal one, or what? Or is that you asking it in your situation, or?
What would be your ideal team that you build around you? Because if you want to scale things, you probably need certain skill sets.
Yeah.
That you can identify personality types that you mesh with. Just kind of hear your thought process on where you are now. What team would like to build.
So has anyone heard of Perry Marshall, the guy, marketer? Yeah. Has anyone done his DNA test? Marketing DNA test? You have? That thing's real good to see, like, what sort of a person you are. And then, generally, I would say, the big mistake I made with hiring people, see, I made a lot of mistakes this year. So, the big mistake I made with hiring people was hiring people similar to myself. So, like, they were skewed towards the right side. They were, you'll see this when you do so write it down, Perry Marshall's marketing DNA test. It's definitely worth doing. So entrepreneurs are typically the right-hand side people, and they want to innovate, create new things, you know, do that sort of stuff. And then the left-hand side is people that just want to follow process, and they're analytical and good with numbers and things like that. So, like, I hired people that were just like me, and so it was like, to hell with the metrics and and following process, and let's just fix things that aren't even broken or even tried. You know what I mean? Like, that is probably the biggest mistake I'd say entrepreneurs make with hiring. Don't hire the first person you hire is someone the opposite to you. Like, if you're a very analytical person and that's your side, then you're a perfect combination with someone who's real out there and, like, you know what I mean? And the last thing you want is just everyone on one side. Like, if you just have a bunch of analytical people in a room, like, or if you have a bunch of the entrepreneurship guys in the room.
But would you hire, I mean, if you have to throw titles out there, like certain developers, certain marketing, certain designers?
Mm-hmm. So the first thing I reckon any entrepreneur should hire when they make money is an accountant. Because, like, typically entrepreneurs are quite bad at that. And it's probably one of the actual smart things I've done was hire one. Definitely recommend that, like, because it's really important stuff. That's not really a full-time employee, but an accountant, definitely. The next person should be, it really depends on what problems you're having in the business, you know. So the first problem I had when I started doing well was the accounting, because, you know, there's a lot of money coming in and out, and it just turns wild all of a sudden. And it's like, you get into a lot of trouble if you don't keep on top of that stuff. And I remember I had to stay up for like one tax season. I had to, it took me like 10 days to bloody do. Like, I had to find all of this stuff, because there's like thousands of transactions. Just like, it was just nuts. And that really sucked. That was like very painful. So you should definitely hire an accountant. now that's a breeze, you know, have an accounting system, an accountant. And then cover your weakness, I'd say. So a lot of the time I've preached in like CFC, like if you can't do it, just do it. Like, you know, some guys are like, I just can't do these follow-up calls, I just can't do them. And I'm like, well, just man up and do it. Like, I've kind of realized now that you should give it a go, but if it's really going to be a barrier to success, you should probably try and get someone to cover that, you know? I've switched my focus from wanting to do everything to valuing others, yeah. And having a weakness is absolutely fine, because it's someone else's strength. Mm.
Or would you have like a small team of people? Like your ideal team, would it be like 10?
So I would contract as long as possible, as humanly possible. Because especially in this retainer stuff, like, the only people that are good at it are, like, have their own businesses. Yeah. Like, they're not employees. And if you hire someone out of uni, like, well, that's what we call it in New Zealand, college, like, they don't know anything. Like, it's a big learning curve to teach someone how to do AdWords or SEO. And you never put, the beauty of a contractor is you never pay them unless you've made the money. So it's always cash flow positive. And I would always sacrifice margin for cash flow any day of the week. Yeah.
What about like people who are doing the follow-up calls, like your team, like people that are helping you do, like run your actual marketing operation? Would you want to, or do you contract with some of those people, or did you in the beginning, and then when did you transition to having some of those people come on as full-time?
Yeah, so I actually did that full-time myself and then hired someone to do that. As a contractor, but like a full-time contractor, you know?
Do all those activities?
Yeah.
So they made the calls, they did the market research,
yeah.
everything.
And then when we really started to look at scaling, I saw the value in splitting those roles.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then were you able to contract those out to smaller people?
Yeah.
The more time you spend consuming content to try to stay up with everything, the less time you spend producing. How did you filter out the really important stuff that you needed to consume to stay up and talk knowledgeably with your prospects and even your existing customers, while not spending all your time reading up on blogs and things so you could actually produce something?
So my rule is it's just never, ever, ever learn within hours that you can sell. You know? So if it's in between 9 and 5 and Monday to Friday, I don't want to see anyone in my office like with a book. Like, they should be like roaring down the phone, you know, like that's selling time. And after hours is learning time. So that's always been my rule, and I actually copied it off Mark Cuban. That's something I read in his book. Yeah. He said every hour your customer is awake, you should be selling. And then when they're asleep, sharpen your sword.
What was that book?
I think he's only done one, and it's only like 50 pages. So, yeah, I think it's only available on Amazon too. Just search Mark Cuban book on Amazon.
The game of business or something?
Yeah. I think it's winning at the game of sales or something like that.
Any other questions?
Just one question. Since one of your major goals is a certain monetary amount, as you look at opportunities that come along, how do you balance how they would help you get closer to that goal versus not being your longer-term vision? Does it matter the time it would require from you? I don't know if I'm phrasing the question wrong. I imagine you have a fair number of people approaching you now with opportunities. So how do you kind of gauge what's close enough to your vision versus being a little too far afield of it?
Money isn't just what it looks like, you know what I mean? If you accept some opportunity and it's 100 grand, you then have to deliver on it, you know what I mean? It'd be a fun world if you didn't have to do that. Because I love selling stuff, but delivering it's a different story, like, because you've got to actually do it. And that's what I've really learned is you've got to look at the other side of it, right? So if someone comes along and they want some custom software built and it's 100 grand, sure, it's money and it might help towards a goal, but like I would see the time it's going to suck away from everything, and I'd think about my time I could spend and probably make more than that. You know what I mean? So with the guys in the office, I said I was giving up $5,000. But really, I think I'm profiting on that big time because they annoyed me, they filled up my head with negative thoughts, and they wanted keys cut and just things that, you know, business owners shouldn't be doing. Like, that's just stupid stuff. Yeah. And then they'd complain. Yeah.
So what you're saying is that your sweet spot is focusing on your specialized fulfillment that you built up, and then leveraging that to its full extent by selling it as much as possible.
Say it again?
So what you're saying is your new vision is to focus on the specialized fulfillment infrastructure you built, and then just sell that every hour of every day and focus on the retainers and everything because you have the fulfillment aspect streamlined as opposed to any other opportunity that might be larger in size, but the scalability isn't there and there's no repeat business and there's all sorts of seeing and unforeseen obstacles in actually fulfilling it.
Yeah, so like a website deals 10 to 20 grand, right? Retainer might be only $2,000 a month, but I'd turn down the website for the retainer because you can do more of them. And that's like the mistake I've made. Like, you could build a lot of them. Yeah.
In this retainer, do you try to get all of the business, or do you also work with companies where you just do the AdWords and SEO and somebody else does some of the other stuff?
It's pretty much always more than one. Yeah, because I mean it's just more than one product you sell.
Yeah, what I'm asking is, do you ever work with a company where you do a couple of the products and they have some that, like we have?
No, I generally say I want it all. Yeah. Yeah. But AdWords and SEO are complementary things. They go hand in hand. The person managing your AdWords should be doing your SEO. And I'll talk about that tomorrow, you know, like exactly how it's done and how cool it all is.
How do you keep your salespeople in-house? Like, why wouldn't they want to go on their own and just do it on their own, or even if you hire a CEO, why wouldn't you want to do it on your own instead of doing it for you?
So it's like, it's hard, you know, like, and a lot of people have got themselves into situations where they just need an income. You know, like someone who's renting or has a mortgage and has kids and stuff, like, they just need to get an income, you know, and a lot of people don't even want to be entrepreneurs, you know, that's the thing. I thought when I started out, I was like, everyone's so stupid around this world, like, but a lot of people are content not being an entrepreneur. They like their job. Like, everyone else in the world isn't wrong. It's just we want to do entrepreneurship, you know? So there's more people out there, way more people out there that want to work in a job than there are people that want to, you know, be an entrepreneur. Mm.
Yeah, brains are wired differently, so it's like, I don't know what it is, like 10% of the population is entrepreneurs, so and that's one of the things when you hire, you don't look to hire entrepreneurs because they want to fix everything. You hire people that just want to do a checklist and do the job and go home. So that's one of the things in the hiring DNA, you look into that and figure out.
Yeah, that's why any person I consider hiring now does the DNA test. Right. First thing, before there's even an interview, like, I want to see that. Yeah. Another one I think is important is, you know, that they're tied into the vision too. So like your vision, they buy into that.
I think the other thing too is that they don't have the right mindset to go out and actually start a business, which is why they're working for you, like you said earlier.
Yeah.
You know, it's the fact that this is so tough for a lot of people. It's not just some people wake up and then the world's their oyster. You know, eventually they run into things and then their brain gets programmed the wrong way. And so even if they are selling for you, it's unlikely that they just suddenly have a massive business the next day.
Yeah. Yeah. Plus I have pretty brutal contracts as well.
That's true.
Yeah, they can't fulfill. Contracts are a good thing as well, non-competes.
Oh, have you made people sign those?
Yeah.
How long is the time period?
Well, that's like something that my lawyers say is like you can put any number down, but the courts will it has to be fair. So that's what I like, because I put 10 years on it. But then they said there's like, you can put that there and he can sign it, but like if that goes to court, like they're just gonna overrule it anyway.
Basically you can't stop someone.
You can't do anti-competitive behaviour, and that's what they call it, yeah. So it's important to have it there, and it's important to protect the customer list and things like that, you know. And it's also important not to disclose every single cog inside your business to everyone, because they don't need to know about a whole bunch of stuff.
And that's why you hired separate people too.
Yeah, like, because focus is so powerful, and that's why what I've really noticed is, you know, if someone's just doing something and that's all they do, like, they get really good at it. And that's why, you know, having the process-oriented, more analytical, more, you know, follow 1, 2, 3 checklist people and then assigning their roles, that's how you really grow a business. It's not a bunch of entrepreneurs sitting around, because it's like a circus. Yeah.
And even then, now you have the time to actually look at their specific process and maybe improve it, because you're not just so busy just with everything flying all over the place.
So December, it's going to calm down a lot, and that's when I'm going to really get to look at this. So I pretty much allocated the whole of December just to plan. Like, I want to get what I've told you guys today, like, nailed. And December's a bad sales month, so that's also why November has been so intense. Yeah.
What other professional services are worth investing in besides accountants and lawyers? What for? Like tax?
So I'd generally avoid lawyers, like, you don't want to go to them and be like, I need everything, like, because it's expensive. You don't need that much when you start.
So what
think.
Legal Shield is good.
Legal what?
Legal Shield. It's like $40 a month. You can get any type of attorney you need. So I use it, so I have a tax attorney and an attorney for anything.
Oh, cool.
So
that sounds good.
One thing I'm going to do next year, and that I wish I'd done this year, is a financial advisor. So, like, you know, what do you actually do with all this money? Yeah. Probably not buy boats and things. Yeah.
I have a question about, I don't know if this is the appropriate time, of course, to do that, but the challenges of working alone. I get the sense there's some people who are fine with it, like they just wake up and plan. I always got the impression that you just sort of plowed ahead alone. I'm definitely someone who works way better in a team. My day job, I have a team around me, and I'd be curious to hear either your thoughts on that or other people's thoughts on the challenges of going it alone until you have to hire people. That's something that's been a real struggle for me, and I didn't know if there's any thoughts or if this is even appropriate. I don't know if you'll cover it later if that's.
You thought of working in a co-working space?
I have a pretty extensive day job. So
I owned one of those and it sucked.
For you, but
yeah, but for talking, man, like everyone can hear you. You're like,
yeah, if you're going to be on the phone, that's a problem. But if you just need to be around people to do whatever work you need to do, yeah.
Has anybody partnered with anyone in this while they're doing this?
I have bad stories about that.
Not the only one.
Wow.
Really, that's like senior fishing partner too. No partner. Oh,
I think that partnering is like a good. If you look at like all the big companies, right, and trace them back, a lot of the time it's a team.
Yeah.
Like.
Dan, you and your brother partners, right? Yeah.
Teams are really powerful. They're more powerful than one person. I think we know that, you know?
Yeah.
How did people, the few people that have them, how did you find yourself? Was it just friends that you had in your life?
No, it was three people who were on the same mission and in the same time in their life as me.
But how did you meet them?
I met my biggest partner actually through Sam, through the tax consultant.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Mine was my roommate, so we got lucky.
Yeah.
But I know from him, there's a lot of SEOs that can't sell, and they would love to partner with someone. So you can find a lot of guys that are like affiliate marketers, that get really good at bringing traffic to like a $5 product, and they'd be great for clients. And he was like that. So he was making a living, like a bad living, but a living off affiliate traffic, and then now it's a lot easier working with clients. So.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, if you can sell, like there's always someone that can like, you know,
that's
follow a
definitely
checklist.
where I'm more comfortable.
And there are guys that can sell that, you know, they don't know how to sell a good product. So this is a really easy product to sell. Like I was in finance before, which is much tougher along with competition. So SEO is a really easy seller now. We really need to.
So this is like, I said that vision was like the big thing, and then, you know, your goals are, you know, the little things that you use to track and measure your progress towards the vision. So, you know, I think your vision should, you know, be like lifelong. Like you should admit, because I think it's silly to set things so short. I think that, and that's why I think a vision's so powerful. I've only ever planned like 1 year ahead, 1 year ahead, 1 year ahead, and like it's. I think if you're going to do something really meaningful, you've got a bigger vision than that. And then, you know, goals are still important to set, but they've got to align with that vision. So, you know, I think goals are like the 1 to 5 years sort of things, and then visions are like vision is the longer thing. And then, you know, once you have that, you can plan each day and form habits that are going to help you on your journey towards it. So, you know, with me, my vision is I'm going to form habits around when things come to me, like they've got to meet these 3 criteria, otherwise it's no. Like saying no to things, I've got to form massive habits towards, because it's handicapped me this year. What else have I got here?
It's funny because it all starts with yes, saying yes all the time. Like it does help to say yes to stuff, right? Like for opportunities, and if you're starting out.
Yeah. So I guess, you know, there's a mix. Like you obviously wouldn't say, like if you didn't have any money or your first client, you can make some exceptions. You know, I certainly did. I did things for $1,000, and I've said yes to everything up until like yesterday. You know, so like. This is more like, this is what I've learned, I think, is the right way to do it. Yeah, but I still haven't done this stuff. Like, but this is the way I see is the best way to do it. Yeah. But if you're starting, absolutely, you don't need to say, well, this isn't going to make me $1 million, then no. Because it'll make things a little bit more difficult. So, this one might take a lot of time. But this was something I heard from Warren Buffett, and it really made a lot of sense to me, and it's part of one of the reasons why I've cut so much stuff. It's that, you know, he said to someone, like, what are your, you know, write down 20 things you want to do. And they wrote them all down. And then he said, you only get to choose 5. Circle them, and what are they? So I think that's what I've done, and that's why I've cut so many things, and it feels so refreshing. So I think, you know, maybe it would be a good exercise to write down 20. It took me so long, so that's why I don't know how long it's going to take you guys. But maybe that's something for tonight then. So, or, you know, later on, just write down 20 things you want to do, and then just circle the main 5. And this sort of philosophy, it all, like, I've started getting obsessed with 80-20, and this is all this sort of stuff. And it happened with selling retainers. I looked at the money, and I looked at where it was coming from. It was retainers. Looked at the segment of the market, and it, you know, just started applying it to everything. I even looked at happiness, and like, not everything you do has an equal result on like how good you feel. You know, so I started stopping doing some activities and stuff, and doing more of the things that really refreshed me. And so you can really apply it to anything, and I think it's important if you write down like 20 things and then just circle 5, and then just make that your focus. So it takes quite a long time, so I'll let you guys do that later. Now, then, you know, the next thing I did was figure out how you can fit those major 5 things into the day. And I find it quite empowering if you do this, because it's like you've got your long-term vision, you know where you want to go. Like you've set some goals, and there's one of these sheets in the thing, by the way, one of these actual things. And then it's like you've applied so much focus. You've got a vision, you've got your goals, you selected 20, then you only chose 5. Now you've figured out how you're going to get those 5 into each day. Because that's stepping towards that vision, and that's stepping towards those most important goals. Like that's the best thing you can be doing each day. So, yeah, that'll take a while for you to do. So, some stuff to do tonight. And then, forming habits around around those things. So, you've got the vision, then the goals. You've applied 80-20 to the goals. Now you've put them into your day. But beyond that, how do you turn doing those things each day into a habit? What time? What's the trigger? And then the way habits are formed is with 3 things: a trigger, an action, and a reward. So, like, it might be 8 a.m. in the morning. That's your time to send lumpy mail. The trigger might be an alarm. Then doing lumpy mail is the action. Then the reward is something like a treat you give yourself afterwards. So if you've got these 5 things you need to do each day, then what are going to be the triggers, the actions, and the rewards to make sure that you build habits and make doing these things, a habit every single day. And then, yeah. I really did cram a lot into this one day. So having
the same schedule every day, or?
No, so I say that loosely, like, just make sure that they're all fit in enough. Like, so, they're maybe per week or something. Like, it's important to have them in there. Yeah. And at specific times. And then it's important to turn them into habits, because that's how you start doing them. Yeah.
So do you have an example with sending lumpy mail or making calls? Or?
So when I used to send lumpy mail, it was first thing in the morning, and it was the first thing I did before I checked email and everything. And then the reward was going to get a coffee at like my favorite cafe. That was my old habit when I used to do lumpy mail. Yeah.
And follow-up and stuff like that?
I think follow-up I had scheduled in immediately after sending lumpy mail.
Before the coffee?
No, after the coffee.
So you'd always prioritize marketing in the morning and then fulfillment?
Revenue-generating activities always should go first. Yeah. Big things first, otherwise you just procrastinate. So, like, if I have a good, one way to pretty much guarantee I have a good day is to go into the office and write down all the things I need to do, and then just circle just 2 things, and then just do them. The worst thing you can do is just 5 minutes of each one. Yeah. And also turning stuff off is like phones and things seems to work quite well. Yeah, sometimes in my office I even escape. So I go somewhere unknown and turn off all my stuff, and people don't know where I am to get things done. Like, it works well. That happened a lot. That pretty much happened for the whole of November. So any questions? So that's pretty much we'll wrap it up first. So, write down next to these things, because you should have a yes for all of these things, because these are the things we've covered today. So you do understand how your mind works. So I told you that the car crash incident, it's perception and reality. So that should be a yes. You should know how it works. You should have a process to get into state at your own will. So that's whether it's the smell, looking at something, the music, you should have a process to get into your state. And then you should also have a process to get out of a rut, because they're inevitable, and you should have something that you know what to do. So you're in a rut, you go to the gym, fixed. And then, do you know your limiting beliefs and understand them, and understand that they're not true? So like money, the world happens to me, these different things. And do you have a plan to lift your standards higher? So it was hard for me to explain that one, but I think you got what I mean. So, lift up your income standards, lift, every standard you've got. Associate your current situation to ultimate pain, and you're working towards ultimate pleasure. And do you have a clear vision for the future that empowers you, so like lifelong sort of thing? Then broken down, like choose 20 goals, circle the top 5, and then schedule the actions to achieve these goals into your day or into your week, so you can, and then have a process to form habits around these things. And then there really is no reason why you can't have all that you want in life. So you should have a yes to all of those things if I've done my job properly. And then if you do, then you have to make a personal declaration to yourself. So I know it was kind of sick how much I talked about making $1 million, but I'm still going to stick with it as a good monetary target for you to make.
So when you say millionaire, how are you defining a millionaire?
Like making 7 figures annually in sales. Yeah. Yes. Yes.
How do you? What do you think? When do you think this can happen? When you said that you go, you picked up from 0.
If you're starting from 0, are you going to go into this full time, or is it? So I think it can be done. I think, if anyone dives into this properly, this can be achieved within 3 years, definitely. I think if you really go hard, it's 2 years you can do it. Yeah.
Why couldn't you do it in 1 year? If you made 4 sales a month at $2,500, you're up at 6 figures by the end of the year, right?
So there is no reason. I just didn't want to say a number 2. Like, you should know, like, set something for yourself. Like, there's no reason why you couldn't do this. Shit, Elon Musk would probably make a phone call after this. And, like, everyone's different, so. But I don't think it should be longer than 3. Because it really is possible, and there's no reason why you can't. And then sign it and date it. And then I think you should share this with like somebody important to you. Right now you can just text a friend or something. It's what I always do. I always share things that holds me accountable. And then keep this workbook, and hang on to it, because if we've completed everything in this, I've read probably like 20 books on mindset and done this stuff for like 3 years now, and that's pretty much all I know about it. And if you follow all of those things, like that's like an amazing vision, and like it's a good way to get yourself out of ruts and build empowering beliefs and things like that. So that's the wrap for today.